Okay, we're live.
We're live.
Guys, I'm sorry everyone that we started so late tonight. I had to go out. I have a regular group that I attend on Thursdays, and then I had to go to Walmart. And we actually had a much bigger Walmart order than I realized, and it took me more than an hour at Walmart. So I'm very sorry about that. But we do have to do life. We can't just stream. And the groceries have yet to purchase themselves.
Can you do that?
You can order online and they'll deliver your groceries, but I believe that it costs, well,
We're not going to do that.
we're probably not going to do that all the time, very often.
And
I don't know, we're kind of far. They might not come this far without a charge. It's probably going to cost us more.
Empty trash can.
Thank you for emptying the trash can. We have to clean up some more tools, but we'll get to that. It's time to start the stream. Do you want to come over and say hello to everyone while we start the stream?
While I'm cleaning up? Yep.
Well, we can clean up after we start the stream.
Yep.
If we want to. If we want to. Which chair do you like?
I like the one you're on.
Here,
This is your chair.
You're in charge. It's your stream.
Oh, I don't want to just steal the best chair, but
No, that's all right. Cause
you know, I'm still not ready.
okay.
I need my bottle of water.
Okay.
Not an empty one.
I found a button. Anybody lose a button?
Kind
That
of
look.
button.
You know what? That's a black button. I'll bet you that came off those black pants I was wearing last
Oh,
night.
that kind of button. I thought you meant like off the dashboard of a car.
A baton.
The concrete goes downhill just a little bit here.
Yeah,
So you know what happens when I
the
sit on the
concrete.
chair? It takes off backwards. Bruh.
It's a wavy.
There I
concrete.
go again. I don't want to grab this because tip the whole table over. Landon Custom Classics. Good evening. How you doing?
Welcome to the stream. So if there's any problems with video or sound quality, let us know and we will try and address it as quickly as possible. JB, welcome to the stream. Thanks for your patience.
You can see I'm not ready.
Oh, Miss One-Eyed Cat had to go to bed.
She
'cause
had to
they have
go.
travel tomorrow.
They're going to Ohio, Elyria, Ohio, I think, which is not too far from where I live.
Yeah. Sorry for adjusting the time. I think I explained it already. A gas-powered drill. You know what? I have a gasoline-powered drill, but it's
What?
actually an ice drill.
Oh yeah, you do have one. But we misused it.
Well, I bought it to drill some post holes, and it worked quite well. We only used it a couple times, and it seemed to, it was used and good working condition, so I feel like I got my money's worth, because the rental for one day on those things is what I paid for a used one, so. And it still works. Little two-cycle thing. Was yours a two-cycle one? 1970s gas-powered drill. What was its intended purpose, Mr. Landon Custom Classics? I'm going to do the intro. Are you okay with me doing the intro?
Sure.
Okay.
Hello! I'm scrambling. I'm trying to get ready.
Welcome to our Thursday night in the shop stream. I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You can find my channel elsewhere on YouTube because you're currently on the Buff Del Campo channel. And I am here with the man, the myth, the legend, Buff Del Campo.
It's an old fart.
And we are in Chapo del Campo. And, or Campo del Chapo, or who knows, the Del Campo garage. And we are here with my 1966 Dodge Dart that you can't see yet, but you will, because that'll be part of the stream. And we have been busting our arms to get this thing together. Last night, we didn't stream last night.
We did not stream.
No, that's why the camera and the microphone were not set up.
You were just.
That was the other
going.
thing is we didn't have the camera and microphone set up from yesterday because we didn't stream yesterday. So that adds a little time because this is an old computer. You start plugging stuff into it. You just got to let it have its time. This computer, in dog years, you know how you measure in dog years? Computer years.
I never thought about computer years are kind of like dog years.
They're like dog years.
Maybe worse, maybe.
This is a 10-year-old computer. So in dog years, that's like a
70.
250-year-old
It's like
computer.
100
It's
something.
antique, right? So when you start plugging USB computer devices and plugging it into the internet, it's dicey, people. Um, and if it feels like running an update or a security search, that extra grinding away that it does while it's thinking about that, man, you are in trouble. And one thing we did while we weren't streaming is we rebooted the router back at the house
You know
because
what?
we were getting intermittent video speeds.
I was on. There's a CB radio channel that I every Thursday night earlier than this is at 390 Wagon Master. I just got off that. I had slowdowns and um, zero coming through, and he stopped a bunch of times, but it was on our end. And I rebooted my computer and didn't seem to make any difference. So whatever it is, it's in our system somewhere and it's still happening. Hopefully it doesn't happen tonight.
A gas-powered hand drill. Like not for concrete or something, aircraft quality.
Wow, that's crazy. I guess you go out the flight line and use it when you don't have any power.
How big of a displacement is the engine? Is it a 2-cycle or a 4-cycle?
What is it, like I'm thinking it might be the size of like a weed eater engine or something. I don't know.
I mean, it would have to be at least that big. They don't make...
Model airplane engine size. I don't know. For the aircraft industry, it's probably something really expensive. Have no fear. Oh, you grabbing some kind of
That was
annoying bug that's been
real
flying
mosquito. Check them out.
around. Oh, you gonna show mosquitoes? That's it. Wait a minute. Are you allowed? I guess you're allowed to show them after they die.
I had nothing to do with the injury of said mosquito.
It wasn't injured.
His untimely end had nothing to do with me. Carl, that kills people.
What's that?
I don't know. That's llamas with hats. That's a little deep dive that you don't probably want to take. Have no fear, the Duckster is here. Potato, 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 potato. It's made by Rotorway that makes helicopters and planes.
Rotorway was or maybe still is in Phoenix, Arizona, or that area. It's in the valley, and they designed helicopters back when before I had a pilot's license. I must have been about 14 or 15 years old, and I used to see their little tiny one-man helicopters at air shows, and then they went and built the Exec, which is a larger helicopter, and they've kind of made a whole series of helicopter off that Exec, and it's a pretty nice helicopter. And they built their own engine for it, manufactured their own engine, and I guess they manufactured their own tools. That's an amazing company. Yeah, Tempe, Arizona. I knew it was in the valley there somewhere.
Texas mosquitoes are as big as your hand. Well, the better to smack them with. Our mosquitoes are little and they're covert. They come flying in. One flies around your head and the other one bites you on your leg.
Yeah, I'm itching.
Bites around your ankles and you're like, what the hell? And they come at you quick. You go out there, you can just sense they've found you.
Brawler 1997, how you doing? Fixed your timing on your 73 Charger, put in a new distributor and advanced it. Ran ported, but runs so hot I don't think I can run it that way. Why is it running hot?
Wouldn't that be too far advanced?
Well, like cooling system hot, or like what's going on? Exhaust gas temperature? I don't know. And I don't know what your cooling system's like. And engine driven fan, electric fan. How bad's the radiator? I should say, how bad is it? How old is the radiator? Radiators can have all kinds of issues as they get older. Yeah. More stuff to look at.
Brawler, how much advance and what's your base timing setting? And how much mechanical advance? Because you put in a new distributor, depending on the year and model of your distributor.
And generally, engines will run hot when they're not advanced.
Not advanced?
Yeah. See, in California, one of the smog things they did in the late 70s was they made everybody take the vacuum advance off their distributors and plug it up, and then there was a sticker you had to put on the instrument panel, and it was called a Knox device, and one of the side effects is that with the ignition not as advanced as far as it was, they run hot, and man, did I see a lot of those cars because I had a radiator shop.
Careful, Dean. We know what
Dean's
you're saying.
here.
He's saying to back off the timing.
That's right. Yeah, and normally it's when the timing is backed off that it gets hot, and when it's advanced that it's not. It doesn't usually run as hot. Now EGT may be something else. I don't know, and that's exhaust gas temperature. But most people with cars don't check exhaust gas temperatures. In aircraft, everything was run off exhaust gas temperature because we were messing with the mixture, which as you climb higher, you need leaner mixture, and as you descend, you need richer mixture, and you could burn an engine up by having that wrong.
If you advance the timing too much, you'll get what's called pre-ignition or knock.
Oh, and that will be hot.
That'll burn valves.
That will be hot.
That'll cause all kinds of problem. The other thing is when you adjust your timing, when you make big adjustments to your timing, like put in a different distributor or advance it a lot, it's going to change your jetting for your carburetor and your idle mixture. So when you make big changes like that, there's a lot to dial back in. So it would really help to know what you set your initial timing to, and to know how much mechanical advance is built into your distributor. Those will help you with tuning. Counter advance.
Anti-advance, counter.
That's how we do it.
Well, we got some people in here. I wanted to tell everybody something about that happened to
Welcome
us.
To the stream, John. Go
to
ahead.
us last night. Somebody mentioned to me something about a lot of commercials on our on our YouTube channel.
That was a big thing.
And then Kim was watching something. She goes, "There's a lot of commercials like every minute or two." So I went and I looked, and I've got it set. I leave these demonetized until, or not monetized until after the live show. Then I monetize them. Well, I went in and looked at all of our videos, everything we have monetized, and the commercials. Normally I set it very conservative. You can either be conservative or you can set it where YouTube sets them at a more aggressive rate of commercials. Well, I always set it to the conservative side, so there's fewer commercials. Well, there were commercials. You can go in there and look at this. They were like there were videos we had that were like 22 minutes long, and they had 60 commercials. It's like, what happened? I told Kim, I said, that's not aggressive. She goes, no, that's broken. Well, whatever happened, I went through 300 something videos we have up, and I fixed them all. So they will have one or two, well, like a 3-hour video, I'll allow it to have a commercial on the hour or somewhere around there. But I am sorry that happened. If you went into one of our videos and you see like just nothing but commercials overlapping each other, something happened there, and it wasn't us, but it's fixed. And if anybody notices anything like that again, let me know right away. I'm going to kind of audit it, spot check it, but I cannot have that, Yeah, and that's what, Landon, you have premium, which is fine, because then we still get paid. But and I have premium, so I never noticed it.
That's the
but
thing.
Kim doesn't
everybody
have
has premium. No one notices that. Potential new viewers, you can't watch it when it keeps popping up commercials. That's obnoxious. Well, it was broken.
So Kim does not have premium. So she noticed it and she brought it to my attention.
I was looking at and
it's like, what the hell? I mean, there were some like every 45 seconds it was a commercial for 3 hours. You got to be kidding me.
I was watching the video.
So I fixed it.
Where we were using the camera to show things, and I wanted to see what it looked like as a viewer. And it was messed up, so I'm sorry. But also be aware that sometimes the YouTube automatic commercial thing messes up.
Yeah, it was definitely broken. Oh yeah, well the thing is, yeah, you might get paid for a couple of commercials, but people go in, they watch your video once and never come back.
So we're ignoring chat. We should
I'm
go
sorry.
back
I'm
to
sorry.
it. No,
Okay.
that's okay. It's only like about a page. Um, but I just wanted to thank you for letting us tell you about the thing with the monetization, because we're still learning. We don't know nothing about it yet, and we thought that it would be conservative. And the other thing is, it tells you, like, just because there's a break doesn't automatically mean all your viewers will see a commercial. Well, I'm just a regular viewer. I was getting a commercial every less than 3 minutes. And I'm like, this doesn't seem right.
So it's fixed.
Charlie Murphy tells the best Rick James story on the Chappelle Show. I've probably seen that, but I don't remember what the joke was. Darn it.
Vinyl Custom Classics, my camper video.
500K. Boy, the internet loves your camper.
Kim, let's put a camper together.
No, that's stealing his thing. I am not
Let's get a Dodge Dart camper.
I am not chasing after the. They say, yeah, if somebody's doing good, just copy that. That just makes me cringe. I don't want to copy somebody's thing. Like, I'm super happy if he wants to buy more campers and make more videos about them, okay, but we don't really even want a camper.
Say Al Gore is sometimes often. I'm really happy Al Gore showed up on the scene, because the guy invented the internet. Look, we wouldn't have
Smart
any of
guy.
this. We wouldn't have any of this.
Him and Elon Musk. Elon Musk invented outer space and electricity, from what I hear.
Oh man.
You can boost mine. Yeah, go check out Landon Custom Classics. He has a video of a camper he got for like $250, and it's so interesting to see what he found in that old camper and the work that he's done on it. And yep.
Oh, it's like the Valiant.
This is sarcasm also. It's
like,
dry-witted sarcasm that we know that Elon Musk did not invent outer space, and we know that Al Gore probably didn't invent the internet. He literally
he
did
actually
say
saw
that.
him say that, and I thought, what? It's like, I think that was a mistake.
I don't think you did. I
Oh,
don't
man.
think you did, Mr. Gore.
Remember the video he did I think it's when we cleaned out the Valiant. Yeah, it wasn't this. Could have been this. No, it was when we cleaned out the Valiant. We were looking at all the stuff that came out of the Valiant. Pulled the seats out, and then the carpet, and there's all the stuff, and we're taking the stuff out there. Bottle of whiskey, empty bottle of whiskey, plastic shot bottle of whiskey.
Yeah,
It's like, look at this. Somebody drank a bottle of whiskey and stuck it under the seat.
they just threw it under the seat.
They just threw it under the seat. Maybe the cops won't find this. Waffle House.
Well, this is not historical advice. How's that sound? We don't really know the truth. We weren't always there. We only know what they tell us. So it could all be.
Well, see, he's at Waffle House. See, Uncle Tony, when I was doing lives with him, somebody asked, well, what's your daytime job, or what's your real job? And he'd go, oh, I work at Waffle House, night shift. So he'd tell everybody he worked night shift at Waffle House.
Olive, I remember seeing it. Like, they took it, misquoted. No, they may have taken him grotesquely out of context, but those words came out of his mouth.
I don't want to argue about it. It was just funny.
Who was that woman in Alaska? And she said that she could see Russia from her house, but that wasn't. She never said that. They said that on Saturday Night Live.
You can see Russia.
She didn't actually say that.
You can see Russia from Alaska. You can, but yeah, I think they're only about a mile apart.
Packed with beer cans.
The Diomede Islands are only about a mile apart. One's Russian, one's U.S. And there are people that live on the American side.
Sarah Palin, that's right.
Yeah, Sarah Palin, you're right.
JB, I award you 2 points for knowing Sarah Palin.
You got to start keeping track of these points.
Everybody's got
like these points. I don't know.
They keep track of their
own points.
What
do they do? Can they cash them in, or what do they do with points?
Who was it? Who was it last night? when I was asking about the,
You gave like 10 points to somebody.
Yeah. Well,
Wasn't last night.
They earned it.
Last night.
It isn't easy to get points.
Last night, Kim was grinding and grinding and grinding. We got like max headroom going on here,
Jeez,
Kim.
what
Look
do
at
you
my
do?
mouth.
God,
Something's wrong.
don't do that to the.
What do we do? We got overheating camera.
Lost video.
We have an overheating.
Let me see. This computer's not going to make it much longer. I am designing the replacement, but everything costs money. Money. Can you move your phone?
The only thing I really knew about Sarah Palin that was personal experience was I belonged to a group of people as license plate collectors, and one of the collectors, she was speaking somewhere locally, and he had a Alaska plate with the number 1 on it, which is the governor's plate. And he walked up to her after the speech and asked her to sign it. And it was probably a stolen plate off the governor's car one time. But he asked her to autograph it. She looked at him, looked at him, and she goes, "Where did you get this?" and laughed. And she signed it for him and handed it to him. So he has that's worth something. Have a signature of the former governor of Alaska on your governor's plate. Let's see here. Turbo tongue. Yeah, it looked like turbo tongue. Don't give me any.
That's better.
Don't give me any. Oh, what do you do? You're cooling from back there. Oh, you're cooling the computer. I thought it was a camera. It might
That
be the
computer's
computer.
keeping the whole shot.
Okay, I didn't mean for this to go in a political direction. I always say I'll cover politics as long as it's history, and maybe we didn't go back far enough in history to make it.
Yeah, it was a little too soon. We were with personalities. We weren't talking about their politics.
But
we were not talking about
there's some famous things people said, or it's thought they said it, so some of it's pretty funny.
I can't justify that. We're sorry, that was big.
Yeah, see, that's another thing. Dougster says a coworker of mine thought Sarah Palin was so hot, but he doesn't agree. But yeah, I know a lot of people thought Sarah Palin was a hot babe, but I don't know. I guess she's all right. I don't know. She's a political figure. So, let's see. So the only thing I really knew, but she signed a governor's license plate that could have been stolen at one time, but she did it anyway, and at that time, it was an outdated license plate, in somebody's collection. I mean, I don't care what party you are. If you got a former governor, or somebody that run for president, or somebody that was president that autographed something, it's probably nice to have it. Let's see here. What else is going on? Oh, last night, Kim was grinding and grinding and grinding for hours and making parts and got under the dart and welding and...
Oh, I could show them that.
Okay, and you're going to have a second camera to do that?
I got a second camera.
Okay, that's what I mean. You got a second camera that we can hook up and
why not?
And see what you
your
did.
thing is getting knocked down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's got a... That's why I like bottles, because I can put a lid back on them, and then when they spill, they don't really spill.
Are we spilling stuff?
They just fall over, but no liquid comes out. Whereas a can, once you open a can, that's a commitment. You got to drink that so it doesn't get spilled. Well, you're taking all this away.
I'm trying to give you room.
Oh, I was gonna clean this up during the chat, and now you're clean it up so I don't have to. But I don't know where you're stacking it.
I don't know. I'm gonna stop.
Just stop, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna set up camera 2, and then I can show you guys the welding.
Are you gonna show? I haven't seen your welding.
I welded it, held it.
Dougster says I busted out the die grinder and sandpaper rolls and working on the intake runners and port matching the upper piece to lower my wind 2x4 dual quad intake or a tunnel ramp.
Whoa! Oh yeah, I saw it polished. He was polishing the tunnel ramp. Nice. Nice. He's doing pretty stuff. We are not. We are trying to get an engine that runs.
You've got, that is tangled, Kim. That is like majorly tangled.
It's gonna have to stay tangled.
You want it tangled? Okay, it's okay to be tangled that badly?
Can you move your phone?
Again, move my phone.
Fall down.
Well, but every time it turns into a nice little shelf, you pile stuff on it.
But it's not a shelf. It doesn't belong to a shelf. It's the computer. Don't
okay, I'll put it down.
Ah, the camera got knocked down.
That's because there's too much stuff all wound around and twisted mess.
Yep. That's absolutely.
Now it's not anywhere where it belongs. Well, I'm going to untangle some of this, Kim, because these cords are so tangled that everything gets knocked over. And everybody's seeing like just this craziness because the... Oh, man. I don't know. I think we're almost back to where we were. Well, the thing is, we've got cords just all wound around each other, and I'm trying to unloop some of this stuff because there's like loops and loops tangled around loops, and you start pulling on it, and everything flies away. Yeah, because you're working on network cables too.
Leveling stuff all over the place.
I'm still not happy with where this camera is, but I want it to turn. Man, we made a mess here.
Sorry, everybody.
Kim's over there doing something under the car.
Yeah, I'm gonna show them the weld.
Okay, well, good. How do the welds look? I haven't looked at her welds yet. She's under.
Like crap.
Her welds look like crap.
But you know what?
I bet they're still better than the original ones.
Well,
The original Chrysler ones. I'm amazed how ugly some of those were. I mean, but they hold. You know, but I think somebody just reached down in there with.
The structure is designed in such a way that flimsy welds are more than enough. Just metal. Alright. Do you remember that we use the Elgato? Do you remember how to do that?
Yes, of course. I mean, I don't forget that soon.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes I might.
So go to the...
Elgato.
Yep.
There's
now
nothing
go
there. Oh.
to the left to Elgato Raw. Okay. Now go to the little gear.
The gear.
Deactivate it.
Deactivate it. Then reactivate it.
Don't reactivate it yet.
Ooh. Okay, everybody. I'm really here. I'm just in the dark.
Okay, reactivate.
Activate. Oh, something happened. Oh, there we go. And then I can close this. Hey, the El Gato is on the El Hudo.
I don't think that's but nice try. Okay, so
now everybody's going to get seasick. Want me to undo the El Gato? Oh, there you go. Oh, look down there. See that frame member down there? What would be called a frame member? That was a rusty place, and now it's got an inner and an outer shell, and it's welded.
let me see if I can zoom in a little bit for you guys.
Says there's water running. Can you hear a running, like a rushing sound? I gotta move the microphone. You know what? We have a fan blowing on a computer, and this is probably picking up that. So I'll move the mic over to here, so maybe it only hears me. Does that make a difference? Does that make a difference? My mic's gone here. What happened?
Scroll.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay. Does that make a difference? Did the whooshing sound go away? I'm beyond seasick. I think he means seasick. I'm at least D-sick.
D-sick.
Getting to see all of Kim's. You want me to shut that off before you're done waving it all over, or you want it waving all over? Kim's got a really good, expensive camera.
See, I can't, for some reason, turn the screen off. I'm going to have to unplug it and plug it back in.
Okay, I'll get off Elgato.
Hold on.
Oh, I was going to just get rid of that until you... She's over there unplugging and plugging things. So I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the whooshing sound is mostly gone. Let me work a little more on that, because I might be able to improve it a little bit more. I'm gonna run out of cord if I'm not careful. I'm trying to put something between the microphone and the whooshing sound. So I put another divider there.
I cannot see. This is stupid. I'm pissed.
What's wrong, Kim?
I go to Elgato and see if you can see.
I can see you just fine. We see that whole welding thing you did.
I can't see anything.
Oh, well, everybody in the whole world can see it, but you.
Okay. Left or right, or what do you think? Up, down?
Well, you're at the back end of it. Now you're at the middle of it. Now you're at the front of it.
What do you guys think? That looks like a weld frame rail, huh?
It's not rusty anymore. Yeah, it might actually be too beefy. Beef. Where's the beef? Well, it's right here on this frame rail. Dean Stevenson says, stupendous.
Okay, go ahead and turn it off while I walk around the other side.
Okay. Okay. The other camera, Elgato. That camera is named Elgato. Don't know why. It's the cat. Does that camera look like a cat? Okay, so I'm hoping you can still hear me well enough. Actually, I got that camera kind of behind our camera. That's the sound camera. I've got the microphone behind something, but I'm hoping it picks me up well enough that you can understand me without listening to the fan running, blowing air through a computer that's running a little on the hot side. So Kim has learned what makes the max headroom. Ceiling cat, Olgato, Olgato. Well, this is two words. It's El Gato, which is the cat. Isn't a gato a cat?
Senor Don Gato was a cat. I have on a red roof. Don Gato sat. He was there to read a letter. Meow, meow, meow. Where
What
the
are you-
reading light was better. Meow, meow, meow.
Kim and Dean are probably singing the same tune. Si, senor, Buff. Si, senor. Oh, I wonder where Mexican Spec is. He's a busy guy right now, and he's trying to make a business run with while the cartels are causing problems.
Why is my screen turned off?
Something's turning your screen off. What, it's timing out?
No, it's just. Can you see if the El Gato is working?
back to El Gato. It is.
And you see, this part looks bad, but I have to weld with.
Yeah, I see what you got, like a bunch of, like 100 spot welds. Well, I mean, you're like really in on it. Like they're seeing details nobody's ever going to see. Oh, and I see there's plug welds because there's a piece on the inside.
And then some of the welds to the far right are actually burned through the rusty metal and into the plate.
Yeah, that's what I said. Those are plug welds, right?
Well, down here at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Some of those are not intended to be plug welds.
It's really weird when you put your finger up there. Everything goes out of focus. When you got your finger away, it all focuses right up again. It doesn't like to try to focus on your finger.
And then now, this other part, right here, this is probably the ugliest of it, but that's okay. I trust you guys, so I'm going to show you. Can you see?
Oh, that's the shape of the piece you cut out.
It is. And then underneath, can you see a little bit? I'll have the two
We
plates.
can, and we can see the holes that you dimpled so that if there's water in there, the water will run out.
And there's more here. That's kind of ugly, but it's together. And then there's more back. Yeah, I don't like this stuff back here. Can you see the stuff at the back?
I see it.
But if we ever do tie the frame all together,
Yeah,
we'll be
it's
able to
it's
connect
beefy. Well, there's no more rust.
This is cracked.
Cracked already? What's cracked already?
It's right here.
I don't know. It was focused. Now it's kind of out of focus.
What is this?
I don't know. You got to zoom in on it. What is it? Is it a miss? Is it a mist weld? Oh man, that's right up there. Yeah, it looks like that didn't get welded is what it looks like.
So I might have to do a little repair.
Yeah, it looks like it just didn't get welded. It looks like it's cut right there and didn't get welded. In fact, can you snap a picture of that? Then you can see it. I don't know if you can see that as well as the camera can. That is a clear, really clear picture. Way closer than I'd ever be able to see it while I'm welding.
Okay, but I gotta shut this off.
Okay.
They got to see it.
Okay, they got to see it. So we're back to.
This is what we did the last couple.
Yeah, you're no longer. You're no longer on. Your camera's off.
Okay, thanks.
Dougster says looks great, Kim.
It's not
Dean
perfect.
Stevens says Jim Carrey dimples. Kim Porgini.
Oh yeah, this.
Yeah, there is that spot that looks like it was just not welded.
I didn't get it. Yeah.
Or you're gonna have to go in there and zut, you know,
A little bit of work there.
just one at a time, little zits, you know, until it's
Little
done.
spot.
Yeah, just crank it up and
I
hit
consider
it fast.
I am just like a farm welder at best.
A farm welder.
Farm
Hey,
welder.
You know, the best welders I've ever hired were brought up on farms.
Well, okay, maybe not a farm welder. Whatever's good, I'm not saying I'm that, is what basically comes down to.
If I hired young guys as welders, and they grew up on a farm, I knew they'd been welding since they were like 8 or 9 years old. And if their stuff didn't hold together, their father would probably let them know.
Well, it probably would be.
And they became really good welders long before I met them.
I mean, if it came apart, they were responsible to fix it, so they made it work. Although I've seen some really terrible farm welds.
And that's not to say I haven't met a few guys from the city that went to welding school and learned how to weld that were good. And I say guys, we did hire a couple of women that were welders. And one of them was there for a while. I'm trying to think what happened to her. I think she quit. She found a better job. ASME and what is CBIP, compliance withdrawn. That's, he's an inspector. Dean Stevenson's going to look at that and go, nah. But Dean Stevenson, if you look at the K-frame on a stock A-body, man, some of them are I can't believe they're so bad.
Perfect is the enemy of good enough. It was had a big hole in it before. It's been vastly improved over that condition.
Dougster says you're a high-functioning farm welder, Kim. Some of the farm welding I've seen are terrible.
It's like this. Compared to this, show them this. Compared to this, it's really good.
Well, this is what was there. And you can see this is, oh, what was that tink? Oh, you turned that down. Oh, that's what made that computer tink noise before.
I don't know why it's making the dink noise.
Anyway, so now we have these big, heavy 1/8-inch pieces and welds. And
that's a piece that I cut off because it was trash.
Kim, you're no longer able to work on coatings, cranes, elevating, work platforms, lifts, non-destructive testing, passenger ropeways, pressure equipment, and welding vessels.
Try and stop me! Ha ha ha!
Man, I worked in a place in Pennsylvania, and they built pressure vessels that were just enormous. And those things, man, the inspections they had, I'd be in there at night and they'd put up ropes, and I wasn't supposed to go past the ropes, and I didn't. But they had a source, and they'd crank the source down into the item, and then they'd have X-ray on the out. You know, it was what I would call X-rays, but it was probably something else. But they would X-ray all the welds on those pressure vessels, and everything had to pass. And sometimes shops get awkward or worse. Whatever this blue drink is, it's pretty good. What is this crap?
Okay, I'm going to have to make noise because I gotta grind off some of this so I can make this weld right.
It's a Skittles drink. Skittles drink.
Yeah, taste the rainbow. Okay.
Dean
right,
says
here comes
X-ray.
the noise, guys. I'm really
If
sorry.
they crank a source in there, that's X-ray? I don't know. I didn't know they get X-ray off a source. Well, I let everybody see some of your sparks.
When in doubt, cut it out.
When in doubt, cut it out. Ooh, that was a lot of grinding. What did you do?
There's just rust underneath this part. That's what I had to grind to the root where it was bad because of the lack of fusion. And now I have a nice place to put a little weld. It won't crack because it's right now.
Can everybody hear her? I see them. I see you're about like half volume, but I think everybody heard you.
I had to weld it down, grind it down, cut it out, start again. Can't just keep putting weld on top of crap. Doesn't work like that. Oh, tell them about the gas situation.
What about it? We thought we were done, but we're not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're almost finished with the gas, but I thought we were out. Kim's trying to weld, and the weld looks like crap, so she goes, look at the gas. I go, oh, it's completely out. So she decided to quit and get out from under the car, and she went over there to turn the gas bottle off, and it was off. So she goes, you turn this off? I go, no. She goes, I must have shut it off. So she turned it on, and we still had gas.
Still have gas.
So she got back under the car, started welding again.
I welded for another 20 minutes straight after that.
Some here, Alm says, sometimes shops get awkward or worse, Buff. Are you talking about because the woman that was there? She was, I'll tell you what the shop was. The problem with the shop is they didn't pay the welders enough. And the welders were the highest paid in the shop. But the guy just couldn't afford to pay anymore. You know, building small airplanes. Small airplanes don't make a lot of money. They make some. But, you know, he did it out of the love of designing and building airplanes and having, you know, just having all his buddies buy airplanes from him. So, a lot of our welders would come and go. Well, I put the camera on it just about when you quit.
Put the camera on the welding?
Yeah, but you quit, so now I'm putting it back on me. So my guess is that she left for get a better job, or I don't know about better job, but better pay. I knew people that were welding up airframes that were just great welders, but they were topped out salary in that place, and they would go. One guy went and got a job MIG welding dumpsters, and he said it was a terrible job. He goes, I get in a dumpster, and he goes, I weld the inside, somebody else welds the outside. He goes, that's what I do all day. He goes, I make a lot more money than I did in here. I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry, you know. So dumpster welding paid way better. What's on fire?
Nothing. Something.
You have a standby with a fire bottle, as they said in the Air Force? Don't look at the pretty blue light. Yeah, she's underneath, so I can see the light reflecting off the concrete, which looks bright, but concrete's pretty dull. You know, Dougster, that's what they used to tell us when we get flashed and have eye bothering us, to stick a potato against our eye. Leave it there for a while. And I don't know what that was all about. I don't know if that took heat out of it or what. But that's what they tell us to do, put a potato in our eye.
That sounds like BS.
Sounded like BS to me, too.
Okay, I got another little spot that I want to get.
Dumpster fire. Oh, excuse me. Here comes the sneezing. Speaking of Simpsons, we all see the 67 Valiant sometime made into a Simpsons spot. Sounds like your feed's a little low.
Maybe.
Potatoes have eyes. Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of Simpsons, did y'all see the 67 Valiant someone made into a Simpsons car? Was that a Valiant? What, the Simpsons? No, that wasn't the Simpsons. There was a TV show. It was not so cartoonish. And they had a Dodge Dart, which everybody laughed at. Because that was the car to laugh at the time. That was, I can't think of the name of that show. Doug says, potato have eyes. Maybe their eyes are good for your eyes. radium powered. That's what it was. He was married with children. Al Bundy.
Oh, Al Bundy always had.
Dodge Dart. Never, but that was like a joke of a car then because it was that period of time before
I
it
don't
was.
think he had a Dodge Dart. He just had a Dodge. He always had a Dodge.
Oh, I thought it was a Dart.
He didn't say it was a Dart or anything.
Huh.
Maybe they did.
Well, everybody here says it's a Dart.
Okay.
Dr. Go. They used to serve milk to those welding galvanized steel as it was supposed to help you develop more mucus to help spit out and blow nose to get out contaminants. Look like cotton candy after weld. Ooh, ugh. You know, I galvanized, I weld galvanized steel. Grind the galvanized off.
Oh, man.
What's wrong, Cam? What's the aw man for?
Holding my head up while I'm laying on my back is hard, but...
Potatoes, what are hearty potatoes good for? Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
It said, didn't Al Bundy have a duster? I think it was a Dart.
When they ever showed his car, I think it was a Duster.
Oh, it was a duster?
I don't
Kim
know.
thought it was a duster. Maybe it was a
really
Dart Sport.
long time ago.
I don't know. Whatever it was at the time, it was like something people laughed at. It was between the time they were new and the time they had become what they are today. Drink milk and or eat yogurt after welding. Don't weld galvanized. It makes a nasty gas. Yeah, that's right. Well, sometimes you have to weld it, but if you got to weld it, I grind the stuff off and use a respirator if you have to. But I didn't weld much of it. I pretty much stay away from that stuff. You know where you end up welding galvanized is on some parts of a fence or something, and then probably going to be outside. Probably make sure the wind's going the right way. Probably use a stick, Probably grind some of it away. I was thinking Dart for some reason because they always mention darts. Of course, it's been 30 years since I watched the show. Yeah, seeing 30 years ago, Dodge Dart was like a joke. Who'd want that? Throwaway car. Now, I agree about grinding galvanized off when you can. Off when climbing 100, 200 feet, you sometimes have to weld or burn it off. Man. Yeah, I know a guy who used to go out and work on towers at night. Never welding, but replacing components. Like on a mountaintop on a tower that's some kind of repeater, like for a police or fire department. And he hated that job. Okay, Al's car was a Duster, but was referred to as a Dodge. Oh, maybe they thought it was a Dart Sport, or maybe they just didn't know the difference.
I think that the writers, they wrote the jokes, and then the people at the set were the ones responsible for making a car appear.
Oh man, that's Blue Grit. I didn't even notice. I read it and I didn't notice Blue Grit was here. Good evening.
Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping in.
There's a disambiguation. Blue Grit.
Now that we're going.
One part
Just
Plymouth.
a minute to get going.
The next one part Dodge. Did they all come down the same assembly line?
Maybe. Certain assembly lines.
Underwater welders make seriously primo money. The deeper you go, the more you get paid. I've known a couple of people did that. One of them I knew worked for the government. I asked him how deep they went, and he goes, deep. I'm not allowed to tell you. I said, okay. And the other guy worked, uh, like reasonable distances, 20, 30, 40 feet down. And that guy made crazy money. He was a welder, underwater welder. I remember in the late 60s, he was making $33 an hour, which doesn't seem like much now, but
that still seems like a lot of money.
Let me see what...
Nobody pays me like that. I got that YouTube money.
that YouTube money, the
that hardly sounds like anything compared to what I'm making.
Let's see here, $33, and I'll say that was probably that was probably 1969. Oh, that'd be like $274 an hour today. I remember $33 an hour sounded ridiculous at the time, but that's what he was making. So that's like $274 an hour today. Yeah, it'd be a pretty good job. I like the A-Team when they would refer to a GMC Jimmy as a Bronco. Kim, what are you welding? It's starting to smell funny up here.
I'm cleaning. I haven't done welding.
Okay, well, the smell is getting up here now.
I know.
So what did you melt? What did you meld? Yeah, what did you melt that wasn't welding? Lots of shows and movies purposely have mistakes to see if you can catch them. Like the bullet chase scene where the Charger loses 5 hubcaps. I never noticed that. Busy welding in the mid-oceanic trench. You know, the guy I knew that was, he did a lot.
Run this stupid grinder. I'm slow.
Ah, here goes the grinder again. If you were making $7 an hour in the 60s, that was bricklayer pay, and it was super good pay. $2.50 is normally hourly wages at the time, so $33 an hour then is like $3.30 an hour. Yeah, it's a lot. I remember when I first started working in the shops, it was auto shops, 1971, and the good mechanics that really knew their shit, they were making $3.25 an hour. And minimum was $1.65, and I couldn't imagine at the time making $3 an hour. But now I wouldn't mind making $3 an hour again. Oh, I wouldn't want to go to work for $3 an hour. I wouldn't want to go across the street. The nearest place, it's not really across the street. It's up the road a ways and across the street. Like to a Dollar General or something. They probably pay minimum. I would hate that. In there dealing with all the customers and all the BS. For minimum wage.
Nice people up there. And
the people up.
It's amazing they get anybody.
Up there at the Dollar General, There's people come and go, but there's also people that have been there for years, and I don't know what they make, can't be a lot, but they're nice people, they're good with customers, and yeah.
Alright, my dumb arse is getting into the hood.
So you're out of there.
Trying to clean some of the rust up, or you just prep the surface on the inside.
Kim's.
I would love. Oh yeah, here's the car. I would love to be done with this prep so I can get on to put the car back together. Wouldn't that be amazing? Put the car back together. That would be the step after the step after the step after the step after the next step. Put the car back together, huh? Okay, I'm down in here.
She's down in there again. A retired friend of mine would do work in his shop for $10 an hour book time. Oh man, and only do it for close friends. When I first started in the alignment brake shop, like I said, the best guy there, best mechanic there is $3.25 an hour. Shop rate was $8 an hour, and that seemed so high to me. And that's what the guy paid his overhead with, was the difference, you know. And I guess that I can't even imagine that today. And a brake job then was about $80, and $80 would get you new linings, turn all 4 drums, pack the bearings. I remember what. Oh, flush the system and bleed the brake. Oh, and rebuild all 4 wheel cylinders. And that was about $80, and that's how he did brake jobs. Was people wanted to do it like what today they call a pad slap. Let's just throw a set of shoes on it to keep them from grinding, because they were all the way through to the rivets or through to the shoe. He wouldn't do that. He goes, I can't guarantee a job like that. You know, and back then almost everything was single master cylinder, so it was like, you know, if we have a master cylinder or we have a hydraulic failure, you have no brakes. He goes, I can't. I'm liable for that. Nope. Yeah, you know the guy, South Main Auto, that's up there in New York? He finally told everybody, like about a month ago, what his shop rate was, and I was surprised that he could work for that. And it's $100 an hour. And I don't know how he can survive for that. Of course, he's got a YouTube channel with 900,000 subscribers, so maybe he's surviving on that. Maybe he's not in the auto repair business, in the YouTube business. I don't know.
I would think his shop is a studio, not a shop.
But he actually does work and has customers come in and fixes their cars and sends them down the road. And he usually has a pretty good bunch of cars out front. So, yeah, I don't know. Real estate being in finance sector hands is the biggest overhead thing these days. I talked to John Wilburn, I guess. I don't know. I'm glad I'm not looking. I'm glad I paid for this place back when I did. It seemed really expensive then. But, working for all those years and paying my home off was the best thing I ever did. Because now I only have to rent it from the county. Of course, they've doubled the property tax in the last couple of years. Oh, John's still here listening. The peak is behind us by at least a year. Tim, what does it smell so funny?
I'm spraying alcohol.
Spraying alcohol?
Can you toss me that roll of pick dust? Thank you.
Man, I didn't think that was going to make it. Alcohol injection, yeah. Putting down speed square. Notes, it's the girls working. That's right. Believe it, St. Louis County just passes a property tax freeze where it will not go up for people 62 years and over, but you have to renew every year. You see, I'm 70 and mine doubled this year. And that's based on the property values went crazy. It's based on inflation is what it is, which my income didn't double. Dr. Go, I threw out a thank you to you and John Wilbur tonight in a shirt that's also thank Skelton Raceway. I had such a great time. I have to thank John for helping me unlock my potential to reach 500 subs. Thank you, Dr. Go. John Wilbur, in a way, they do that here. It's not written anywhere, but the assessments always lag behind until a property sells. It's a way to keep taxes modest for older folks. And this year, they reassessed this property. And they went crazy. I'm not very happy about it, but what can you do? You know, you get mad, I guess. Just pay it. Rent my property from the county.
Hey, could you hand me a can of paint?
Yeah, what kind of paint do you want? I gotta get Kim a can of paint.
It's the one that's on the beside the.
Where is it?
Beside the cylinder head, I believe. I think it is.
You got two of them here.
It's the reds. It's not the orange paint.
It's not the orange paint. It is the
It's like
engine
Go ahead,
metallic.
you could show them and then give it to me.
Engine metallic?
Yeah.
You don't want to put some
Go ahead, show them.
sealer on it?
It's gonna peel off anyways. The engine paint's better paint than.
I don't know why she wants metallic paint on there.
I
But
just want it to be shiny.
you want to be shiny.
Oh, it's not even shaking.
I didn't shake it, I'm sorry.
It's not your job to shake. It wasn't. I thought it was shaking. I just want to paint the part that's underneath the torsion bar.
See, short makes much more sense than shirt. It should be that way anyway. It's really good. Yeah, Dr. Go, you know what? You got the last jump start off my Mazda, I think.
Oh yeah.
Can you tell me about symmetrical wings? Oh man, I could really get into the weeds with airfoils,
Don't get 'em started.
airfoil shapes. When somebody says airfoil, that is like you cut the wing off. That's a cross section of the shape of the wing. And symmetrical means the top and the bottom are the same. And I don't know what you want to know. Symmetrical airfoil. To use as a wing, it's got to have positive angle of attack going through the air. Oh man, and then it actually doesn't behave like a symmetrical because the stagnation point, which is right where the air hits, is actually hitting down here, and that air flows up and around it. So, I don't know. Like I said, I could give a 3-hour talk about just about that question. And if you want me to teach a class on airfoils, semester maybe, maybe 2 semesters. Yeah, I know a guy that's in Wichita, Kansas. He's a medical doctor, but his hobby is designing airfoils. The guy's a genius. I mean, he's really, I've learned a lot from him, and he's I mean, that's all he talks about is airfoils. I don't know. Ask me a really specific question. Maybe I can get into it. Dr. Go, thank you, John. I do need to reach out and ask Mr. Cope about what size drill bit to work best for towing. I broke my turn signal lever on the way home. Stunt planes. Oh, if you're going to do aerobatics, the one thing about a symmetrical airfoil is it'll perform well inverted and right side up. So when you're flying along like this and you roll inverted, it's going to behave about the same. Now there's other things on the airplane to make it so maybe it won't behave the same, but it will. The airfoil will be the same. So that's what are you doing? Are you building an airplane? Are you building a model, or are you just curious? Or oh, max headroom here, Kim. What do I do? Why is the I'm going nuts on the screen.
I don't know. Computer's dying.
Oh, I don't want the computer to die. Did we lose our fan? No, let me see if I can turn the fan up. Oh, the fan fell over. Something here. Oh, I see. You're pulling it out. You're pulling air out.
Am I?
Now I understand. The fan isn't blowing on it; it's sucking on it. You got the fan sucking on it, and it was on very, very low, so I cranked it up. My father's 4-family flat taxes went up 100% in approximately the last 6 years. St. Louis City sucks everyone dry. I can't believe they did that here. I mean, it doubled. From last year to this year, my property tax doubled. That's terrible. And you can bet my income, it didn't double at all. I mean, not even close. Dr. Go, your video looks okay. You only had a quick green screen glitch, but now we're back. Well, we'll have to look at that after we're finished here. Olive says, I feel like it's mishap-prone moments tonight. I think I'll get some stain on this wood. Make cuts tomorrow. See, Olive, I think you work on a lot of wood, and that's something I've done some work on. The thing I noticed about wood is it cuts so quickly and it sands so nice. But I don't have a lot of skills with wood, so I ruin stuff pretty quickly. I built myself a desk with some nice finished wood, but it's crude. It doesn't look like a nice piece of furniture. It looks very utilitarian. But yeah, it's just something I haven't done. Tommy Hanlon, hello from Dublin. 6 a.m. there. What time is it here? Okay, yeah, we're 6 hours apart. 6 hours? Yeah, it's midnight here. So at least we're in the same day, Tommy. Barely, but we're in the same day. So it's Friday morning there. To bring people up to date with what's going on here, Kim is under the car. She finished. She worked so hard last night. We didn't stream. But she cut all those pieces and made everything. Got in there, welded it all in. There was something tonight she didn't like the weld. Place she missed. So she fixed that tonight. She's under there. Then she was prepping, and now she's under there spraying some paint on the repairs on the frame.
I just put enough paint on it that it doesn't turn into a ball of rust.
Dougster's saying goodnight. Have a good time. The Dougster's out.
Potato!
And Dougster, if you weren't here earlier, I hope you're still listening. And anybody else who wasn't here earlier, there was a YouTube problem with my channel where we had commercials like I can't believe it, they're like less than a minute apart. Like on a 20-minute video, there were like 60 commercials. Okay, I didn't know about it. And I went in and fixed it. And so that, if you go in and watch one of our videos now, and you're not a premium member, you'll see a commercial or two, but it'll be darn few. And I want everybody to know that was
yeah, we didn't do that on purpose.
something
weird
something broke in YouTube. That was something screwed up. Okay, that's there for a reason.
I understand, but the green thing is just blocking
What?
the usefulness. It's not supposed to be there, is it? You were trying
It's
to
there.
hide it
It's
behind
there
it.
to block the fan noise because the fan noise sounds like water running. So I put it behind there and I messed with it until my voice sounded good, but the fan noise didn't sound good. And you just fixed it.
Frickin' wrecked it.
You just wrecked it.
Shoot.
Let's see here.
Sorry, everyone.
Dr. Go, I wish I was woodworking as a hobby. I could get into it. I built a wooden 8-foot-long racing hydroplane boat in high school wood shop. It run 50 miles an hour with a 20 horsepower fishing motor. Only weighed 84 pounds. Wow. So what are we going to do about this? You're just going to let it be. I don't know. I can put this here. I can put this here. I can try this. It won't be as high. I'm just trying to shield the mic from the blower noise, but we need the blower because then if we don't have that, the computer goes, as they say, Abel sugar. What? Man, Kim is really rocking the boat here. Trying to get more air through the computer.
Yeah. We can turn it down a little bit.
No, I just cranked it up because it was going nuts.
Oh, I know, but I'm just trying to get it so the air actually goes in there.
Is it going in or
I think
coming
it'll be
out?
okay.
Is it pushing air in?
Yeah.
Or is it sucking air out? I thought it was
Pushes
sucking
air
out.
forward. No.
Okay, well maybe that'll work. Okay, I still have that fishing motor. I bought back in 1979. And you bought a fishing motor in 79, you bought a new car in 81.
He must have been doing really well for himself back then. To be buying all that cool stuff.
81, what was I doing in 81? 81, oh, law enforcement job. Which is whole federal thing. What is this that popped up?
Click on part of the black screen and it'll go away. There
Okay,
you go.
I didn't know what it was, but it's when you were jittering everything around that pop-up came up. So how are you doing, Kim? How are you feeling? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. You're not going to be feeling good.
I really wanted to get the paint on that, so I feel good about that. I don't even care if I put another coat on right now. Put it on kind of thick.
You want to go down there with the camera and show us? No, I don't want you to have to crawl under there.
Looks like it has paint on it.
See, watch the mic if we're both quiet.
That's not a lot.
No, it's not a lot, but like Olive says, it sounds like there's running water. And that's why I put a shield there, try to minimize that. Okay, so what else is going on? My job here as often involves wood as metal. It's rarely fine finish work, but sometimes.
We've got saws and stuff. There's a bunch of times that I've had to use wood for things.
Our wood is much more crude than, like all it serves is like sanding and finishing and stain and the wood we did, we never stain anything. It's wood like to hold up a roof. It's like framing. Or the night we pulled the body off the truck and you built the gantry out of 2x4s and 2x6s. That was pretty good.
Yeah, we picked up the whole cab.
Pick up the whole cab of that thing.
And it was sturdy too.
I shared the cost of the fishing motor 3 ways with Dad and brother and then paid them back over time. I only had $300 saved up from my part-time job. It was $870. What kind of part-time job did you have then? It's always interesting to know how people got started. I got started by pulling weeds in a 1-acre greenhouse on my hands and knees for a summer. And it's like, man, I figured out I belong somewhere else. So I ended up not being in the landscaping business. I ended up in an auto repair shop, gas stations, which had auto repair then, and auto repair and brake, wheel alignment, radiator shops. And I was much more at home with wrenches in my hand than the thing you pull weeds with. Try not to ruin the plants. Don't ruin my ferns. Okay. Because every once in a while, you get aggressive pulling weeds and you pull one of the plants they want. Oh, man. Fan noise, like a Beatles concert. No, not that kind of fan noise. No, we've got a computer here that's a little bit on the old side. So we're running it pretty hard. And we've got a big old air fan blowing air through it. And it's just noisy enough that it's comes through the mic. I've got a cardboard box in the way to try to shield the noise. Okay, part of my mission is to imitate something pretty basic that's not too fancy. Oh, you're gonna insulate the mic from the table. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Bottled laughter, Tommy. You have to let the cork out of the bottle. It's probably an Irish joke. Cork. How you feeling, Kim? I think you're whooped.
I'm not, yeah.
I think you were last night. You came up here anyway tonight.
Gotta keep going. Not gonna build itself. We have to document, and I wanted to make a video. I wanted to make some videos.
Oh, like publishable videos.
Yeah.
Doctor, I worked 12 to 14 hours on Saturdays in high school cleaning out the whole building of an industrial dry cleaning business that was closed weekends so we could power wash floors, empty garbage, etc. I think my oldest son made enough money to buy his first car, and he worked Saturdays and then one night a week in a church. Same kind of thing. Probably not quite like a industrial dry cleaning business, but making the church nice. He was the guy that did that. Limerick, County Cork. I told you there's a Cork, Ohio. Hiding computer networking stuff in a 60s to 70s style den library with the wood paneling. Walnut rubbing stain, not glossy.
That sounds cool.
I worked in a place where we did floors and ran uh, computer networking cables through the whole building. And that building it was an old house that was used as an office and a small shop where they made circuit boards. And then it was on the corner of a real busy street, and somebody ran a red light and T-boned the side of a semi-truck that was carrying hamburger buns for McDonald's.
Ooh.
And it got off course and hit a city bus, and then the semi-truck was on its side and came through the house on its side, tore the crap out of everything. And it happened in the morning just before I got to work. I got there, they wouldn't let me in the building or even near the building. I had to stay across the street. But after all the mess was cleaned up, a day or two later, insurance was paying to redo the building, and while we were redoing it, we ran all that cable networking underneath the floor. So that's my only experience with that, and that was not fun. Hands and knees work. Only made $18 to $20 net pay for a Saturday. I gave a lot of blisters and blood for that money. Also shoved spend chemical sediment, or maybe spent chemical sediment. A shovel like wet sand was charcoal colored. Ugh. Consecration. Hey, Dr. Cole, maybe you saw, who was it? Where is it? Now I'm going back to try to read. Oh, the industrial dry cleaning. Did you see my last short, the one from this morning, about the two different kinds of brake clean? And one of them is actually dry cleaning fluid. I was just wondering if you knew anything about that, or if you saw it. Because from some of the, I learned some things about that from people commenting. One of them was it's the same chemical that's used for processing, wet processing of film, old photography. And I used to do that, and I didn't know it was the same chemical. Maybe my ancestors were from Clare. Yeah, okay, it was about the two different kinds, there's red and green. I don't have it here now. What happened to it?
I moved it.
You moved it. Red and green, it doesn't matter. Red and green brake clean. One of them's flammable, one of them isn't. And the one that isn't is basically dry cleaning fluid. And the one that is got all kinds of flammable stuff in it. Acetone and methanol and toluene. And that's the stuff people spray down the carburetor to start a car. Olive says she's noticing your camouflage.
You're not supposed to notice it.
You're not supposed to see her if she's got camouflage on. Camouflage in the shop should be the same as all that stuff in the background. You should have printed on your shirt like boxes and part of a drill press and junk.
Would make more sense.
It would make more sense. What are you doing back there, Kim?
Block prep.
Oh, you're working on your engine. Block prep. Tommy, what got you interested in this channel? You have cars? You into cars? You like American cars? Of course, we're going to start working on a British car pretty soon, which might be more from that neck of the woods. Kim is wearing her Rambo Halloween costume.
Right. John Wayne cheeseburger.
The dry cleaner was so big, they had a machine that could clean drapes over 20 feet tall, like in a church. Pretty cool machines and equipment in there. Man, So Kim, that's the block it's 40 over and really good condition. What are you doing? Where are you?
Cleaning out the water passages.
Oh, the water passages. Okay.
I want there to be a lot of excess turbulence in there.
Don't want turbulence in the water passage.
No. Cleaning the stupid I forget what these things are called, but these dowels.
Oh, cleaning the dowel pins off.
Can't get them out, but I'm gonna clean them.
Yeah, we said after we got back from No Name Nationals, the next project was the aluminum car, which is actually a British car. They were going to use the frame and the engine, running gear, and put a new body on it, build the body out of aluminum. But it's we ended up doing this first, and that's kind of how small shops are. The priorities change, and the Dart was pouring oil out the engine so badly that it was just about undrivable. I mean, it'd take you anywhere, but you had to carry a lot of oil with you.
Yeah, and you were really distracted from doing anything because you were really upset about your car. So I decided to dive in on this and keep myself busy until you came around.
See, Tommy says always had an interest in mechanical stuff from an early age. I see. Dr. Go, how does a person clean out the water passengers of the bare block? Well, I think what she's doing is where the passages that are open, where they meet up with passages in the head, there's crud right around those openings. I think she's just getting rid of that crud around
nice and open,
openings.
I could show. I want to make a video about it, but I'll show you guys because you're here. The way the water pump cast into these.
Oh yeah, the water pump has some weird things, and she fixes it.
I like to fix it on the block that I'm going to use. Because cooling, you can never have too much cooling, you know? So on a slant 6, the water pump's over here to the side, and the housing's part of the casting. And right here, the block is that thick. I don't think it needs to be that thick. And if this turn from the pump into the motor was a little less abrupt, the way it's cast, this is just raw casting, right? So a little bit of work with a die grinder or a sander of some sort right in here will make water flow more easily through the block. And then obviously you want the water to go through the block, and then it comes from the back of the block up through the head to cool the head. So grinding this down, there's still garbage from when this block was cast. There's still like sand from when this block was cast back in the 60s. So you can break it up with a screwdriver, and then you open up for flow and for cooling. So that's part of the process. I don't think I can show it very well with a camera though. I don't know.
Okay, let's see some questions here about cleaning out the water passages of a bare block. And Dean Stevens says swimming pool muriatic acid. Dr. Goba, don't tell anybody. Man, don't put that in there. Well, you know what I found about that? That will clean rust. I mean, it'll clean rust like crazy. And then you wash it and wash it and wash it. Neutralize it the best you can. But you know what? You got so much bare metal, bare casting in there then, it'll never stop rusting. I mean, unless you get on it right away with something that's the other direction. So what I like to use kind of go the other direction. They make radiator flushes that you could run in an engine for, I don't know, an hour or two. Maybe let it sit there for a while. But then when you drain the system, pull the engine out, wash that engine out really well. And of course, if you're going all the way down with the engine and you're going to take it to machine shop, they hot tank the block, and they have a thing called a rust tank. They'll put it in a rust tank too, if you ask them. And sometimes you can get some of that stuff out of there. And of course, pulling all the freeze plug or core plug or whatever you want to call them, and you can mechanically get in there and clean some of it out. For some reason, AMC engines seemed really bad about that. I remember the AMCs, I don't know what they did, what the castings were or why, but they were always extremely rusty and you just about couldn't get them to quit. I don't know what the story was on that. And I tried swimming pool acid one time, and I got so much rust out of it, but then, you know, I washed it out and washed it, just let water run through it for hours, and then put antifreeze in it right away. 2 days, it was all rusty looking again. So I don't know what the story is with the AMC blocks. I didn't have that problem with Ford or General Motors, Chrysler. They didn't do that. What did them in was people not maintaining them, putting water in with no rust preventative, and then just leaving them like that, being cheap. And that's what did it in a lot of the Mazda rotaries.
A lot of the what?
A lot of the Mazda rotaries, because people just put water in them, and then you got aluminum and cast iron housings together, and yeah, they just turn into white crud, and water leaks into the combustion chamber, and because the rotor housings just turn into white crumbles.
Yeah, that sounds so good.
Dr. Go, I bet it was one of these. What's it say on it? I don't know what it says on it. I can't read it. I can't read that.
Where's it say what?
Oh, it's black letters on a black thing, so it's really hard to read. Can you read that?
Yep.
I can't even tell if it's right side up or not.
It says antifreeze coolant, keep tight.
Antifreeze coolant, keep tight. It's got a little gasket in there. Yeah, we have some of these around. I had a couple around from back in my radiator shop days, and then Kim pulled one out of her stuff just before No Name Nationals, because I was going to clean out her cooling system with fresh water before we left, and before I got to that, she'd already pulled the heater hose off the block and did it that way.
It was giving us grief that day. I wasn't happy.
Sayer. Canadian Diesel. We're up doing so. We're the night crew. We're the cleanup crew. We clean up things like bad cylinders and rusty frames. Whatever else happens. Yeah, Kim and I we're the night crew.
We're really good at making poor life choices, like driving a Slant 6 to Sikeston, Missouri, and
that old engine, that got us there and back. We had to pour a lot of oil in it, and a lot of oil came out.
Heck, it ran really good.
But it ran fine. I mean, you drove it there and back, and so now the engine's out, and you're going to put a different engine in there that's in much better condition.
Well, this motor's going to be pretty good. Who are we talking to? Someone new.
Yes. I don't know how to pronounce it. S-A-E-R. Sayer? Sear? Don't know. Sayer? So maybe type in a pronunciation like S-A-Y-E-R or S-E-E-R or something, so don't look like an idiot.
Happy to have new people.
Yeah, it's really good to have you
I'm
here.
Kim of Kim Fixes Things.
Yeah, her channel's Kim Fixes Things.
And we work on different projects. This is our old Mopar. Show them the old Mopar.
Okay,
we're working on a 66 Dodge
I'll point
Dart.
the camera around a bit. So we have kind of a messy little shop, but that's the Dart we're working on right now. Maybe I can.
And there's a
you
cylinder
can see
head.
there's no engine in it because
over here.
there's a couple engines around, and I don't know. She just wheeled that one away. There's two engines. There's the one original that came out of it that was very worn out, but still ran well. And then there's one that came out of a. She bought one that came out of a '67 Barracuda that had a slant in it. I'm saying it right. I said it two different ways. Sayer? I think that might be the right way. So she bought a slant six at 225 out of a 67 Barracuda that the owner, it was in a shop, and the owner has a 318 that he's having the shop put in it. So he wanted to sell that engine. It was an old used engine. So Kim bought it as just another core to have. Well, we took it apart, and we took it apart,
It's a
and the short block's really good. It's a 40,000 silver bore. Looks like it has no miles on it. Nice, fresh looking hone marks on it. We tore it down anyway. I rehoned the cylinders just to, not even hone them, just ran a ball hone down through it just to just to make sure we had a fresh.
But it was kind of gummed up. There must have been a carburation issue, and so we got all the carbon out. We took the pistons out to clean the top rings to make sure it wasn't going to be all gooped up. It wasn't so bad, but I'm glad we took them out.
But then the head was probably the original head. It completely worn out head on that engine, and you could see they'd had a lot of problems with it because there's all the carbon buildup in it, and then they put a new carburetor, brand spanking new carburetor on it, and it's like, okay, this is somebody that's been having a lot of trouble, and they decided to put a 318 in it. But the short block looked really good, and the head off her original engine, it's obvious it's been apart and rebuilt. So we're going to take the head from her Dart that's in really good shape, put it on that block that's in good shape, and put it back in this Dart. Probably run it for quite a while. Let's see, I've been watching you for a while, just never had time to catch a live. Well, thank you. Yeah, and welcome. It's good. Sayer, it's Welsh for carpenter. Sayer. Wasn't there Dean Stevenson will come in here if he's still here. Remember Leo Sayer? You know I can't dance. Or you know I can dance.
Okay, I'm going to make noise for a minute.
Sayer, I have my hands full here periodically too. Okay, here goes noise. Kim's going to make noise. I can't really talk over those grinders. Long, tall glasses, that's right. Cam, we're going on max headroom again. I just cranked up the blower motor. Dean Stevenson is paying attention. I didn't think he was. Dean Stevenson's our resident musician. Of course, if you've been hanging out in here, you know. Yeah, you say N8s and N9s. You know, I'm not a tractor person a whole lot. Those are Fords, I think. And then flatheads, I assume you mean Ford flatheads. See a lot of those tough N8s and N9s still getting it done in our farm country, north central Wisconsin. What are the Fords from about 1950, 51, 52? Ford tractors? Canadian imperial measures. See, there's a guy that comes in here sometimes, not too much here, but in Uncle Tony's and in, I'm sure in John Wilburn's show, he's in there a lot. A guy named Dakota. He goes by Dakota's Timeout. And he's a young guy, and he's really into Pontiacs, but his father's really into tractors, and his father has a Ford tractor, I think 1950 or so, with a flathead Ford in it, and it's a show winner. It's a work of art. Oh, nice to see you again. You'll remember me from long ago, Sarah. Okay, so you two know each other from somewhere else. Maybe.
Well, we all seem to run in the same circles, don't we now? Hey, is there anything else interesting on live right now? Ask people if they look at live, what do they see?
I don't want them to go looking at live.
Kim
wants to know what else is on, what other lives are on that we're interrupting. Because I think...
We're interrupting, I just mean that exists.
It just means they exist. I think most of the, we've looked at this time of night, and I don't think we're overlapping any automotive people. Mostly what we saw at night was lives were news stations, and I don't know. I don't want to go in news stations and lives and argue. The argument stations, argument channels. Let's see. Sayer says, when doing construction, yes, when machining metric is better for that. In the old days when I was a millwright, everything was SAE, now metric everywhere. I was just watching some young guy in a blacksmith shop this morning on a YouTube channel, and he was using SAE for everything, and he was in Canada. But he was a blacksmith shop, but he was using, I don't know, he was using a lot of SAE inches, inches, thousandths of inches, all that kind of thing. I just saw an old Ford tractor with a flathead V8. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you know Dakota, you see him in channels, Dakota's Timeout. He didn't make No Name Nationals this year, but he made it the year before in one of his Firebirds. But he's his father's really into that stuff. Been turning wrenches and swinging hammers since 1980s myself.
Hey, me too.
Yeah, her too. Me too.
I was working on lawnmowers on a regular basis by the time the 80s came around.
I was actually doing the bicycle thing 1967, 68, 69. I actually worked in a bicycle shop for a while. And then, of course, I did other things, too. When you're 13, 14, 15 years old, you get anything you can get. But once I was old enough to work in auto shops, I was in there, and that would have been in 1971. It's the first year I worked in auto shops.
All right, I'm going to make a little noise.
Kim's going to make more
I don't
noise.
know how much noise it's going to make.
Okay, Dr. Grow, it's kind of noisy to talk, but have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll check out your short. The noise stops. And I feel like I'm gonna start sneezing. Sarah says I still use mechanical gauges and calipers. Digital sucks. Every time I pick up a pair of digital calipers, it needs a battery or something. I can't work. So my favorite calipers are. I got a dial caliper. I knew that was coming. Man, dial caliper, and then and my what do you call them? My mics, my micrometers are all mechanical. I guess they have digital ones. I don't know. I think they do. I have a lot of tools like that, measuring tools they're all mechanical. You know what? You take a pair of dial calipers out somewhere, the battery's not going to die. You're not stuck out in the middle of nowhere with a great tool that won't work. I was in my teens. That was 70s. Was busy running a landscaping company with friends. We had bikes with trailers on them. It was quite the operation. Wow. Yeah, 70s. I was in my teens in the 70s. And 1970, I had my first, call it real job, where before that I was delivering newspapers, painting bicycles in my father's garage, which he didn't like that because I make a mess. And then I worked in a bicycle shop. Those are all like little cash jobs, $1 here, $1 there kind of thing. And so my first real job was in 1970, working in landscaping business. And I worked in a 1-acre greenhouse, pulling weeds, and I'd go from one end to the other, and by the time I finished, there were two of us. By the time I was finished, or by the time we were finished, we went back to the beginning of the acre, and there was weeds already. It's just never-ending job. So I went from that to 1971. I started working in auto repair shops, and that started it all. Solar power. Kids can't read a clock, let alone a dial indicator, a caliper, let on an LCD on. Today watching that kid in Canada, I don't know, he's probably early 20s, and he was doing everything mechanical with inches and thousandths of an inch, and it's like, okay, he's in a blacksmith shop, so I don't know what they do in a blacksmith shop that has to be measured that close. I knew guys, blacksmith shops in the 70s where I grew up, and some of them were doing horseshoes, but most of them were doing like putting hitches on pickup trucks, putting trailer hitches on things, building lumber racks on the back of trucks, and they were pretty busy with stuff like that. So I don't know what he's really doing. Yeah, that's how I got cheap digital calipers for metric, and if I do, we're really stuck in the 60s and 70s with the cars we're working on, which is kind of good because I got a lot of SAE stuff, but my metric stuff is electronic, but I don't work on that much metric stuff because that's all new stuff. 1977 and newer American cars.
Okay, I'm gonna make noise.
More noise. Yeah, Kim's over there porting the cooling system. The water pump area on the slant sixes has some bad places there that she cleans up and makes them so the water flows better, or the coolant flows better.
It's not bad, it's just cheap and lazy.
So let's see here. As a kid, Sarah says, as a kid, yard works was easy to get to lawn mowers and rakes. Man, when I got hiccups, sorry. The lawnmowers, it kind of had a reel and a gear on one end, so when you push it,
I had an electric one of those at my grandma's.
When the wheel powers the cutters. I thought that's what a lawnmower was. And then I found out there were ones with engines, and man, I wanted one of those. And my father, no, you can push it. So,
That's hard work.
so we pushed the mowers and got paid for it, you know. Oh, we were doing that, I don't know, probably early 60s, like 1962. I was in second grade. I was probably mowing the lawns by then. And I get 25 cents for mowing the front lawn and 50 cents for mowing the back lawn, because the back lawn was a real bear to mow. It was big and went up a hillside, and you know, it's like, so they paid us more. 50 cents was a big deal then. All it says, I mostly deal with metric car stuff. It's what people need fixed. Yeah, because most people that have cars that are SAE are going to be ancient, and they work on them themselves. Man, it's hard to talk over that. I can't really talk over it. You know, we can hear you over Grinder. Your mic does a pretty good job. Well, that's good to know. Well, Sarah says working on old cars saves money and no computers, no fancy. Diagnosis is done by taste, touch, smell. You know what? You know, my 2016 Mazda it's totaled. So the guy's insurance company's supposed to pay it off by today, and they didn't. But they're gonna pay it off. And I've been looking at cars, something for a daily driver, and I am pretty much settled on finding and I found some Fox body cars that are low miles, that are in still good, great start-up, drive-it kind of condition. And one of the reasons I want one of those, because I had them years ago, and they are just like, same thing. Taste, touch, smell, normal wiring where a wire goes to a light and lights the light up. It doesn't go to a CAN bus. Computers and CAN buses all over. And I don't need a scan tool, a $7,000 scan tool to figure out why something isn't working right. I can do it with a test light, So I think I may replace my 2016 car with a car that's probably over 40 years old, or 40-ish, something like that. Dean Stevenson, the super heterodyne, which offers superior sensitivity, frequency, stability, and selectivity. You know what? That's old time stuff. I remember going from crystal radios to superhead. Man, that was some cool stuff. But now they have software defined radio, SDR. I don't know if I like it that much. It's kind of interesting, but you might be right, Dean. The SDR radios are interesting, but like everything else, it's kind of computerish. Of course, we do this. This is very computerish. Lawn Boy was my first gas-powered.
Oh, I love my Lawn Boy.
You hear Kim in the background. I love my Lawn Boy. It was my first gas-powered, and I still have the thing. Why I don't know. It's like 45 years old now. Oh, since I got a push reel mower here too, and some electric yard tools, less noise and vibration. She has a scythe. We had a scythe when I was a kid. And I'd be on my hands and knees with that thing. It was shorthand. It was like the old Soviet flag, a hammered sickle, you know. Oh God, I gotta get a cough drop. Killing me. Throat's killing me. Yeah, I miss Sears Consumer Distributing. Man, Sears. You know what a great store that was back then. You walk in a store and you could get anything from TVs, you get your car repaired, you get tires, you get a rebuilt engine, you get shortwave radios, clothing. You know, it's like everything store. Man, I got a good story about Sears. We were little kids, and there was a Sears downtown, and the sidewalk went right by a big picture window. And in there, they'd have sometimes furniture, sometimes TVs. They always had something you could see from the sidewalk. Well, they had a whole bathroom set up in there, and it's like all toilet and sink and bathtub and all this nice looking stuff. So we're walking by there at night, and it was with my parents, you know, and windows all lit up, and there's some little boy in there with his pants pulled down, and he's peeing in the display toilet in the window. My parents are like, "Don't look, don't say anything, don't." He worked his way up in there, had to go potty, you know. I'm so old I use goats of rope to mow. Man, can you imagine that? Using goats to mow the lawn? Kim, we need some goats out here. What do we do with the goats, though? You know, I went to the store. We have a store here that's kind of a specialty meat store and seafood, and they have goat in there, and I bought some goat meat. Whole story behind that, but it wasn't very good, and I cooked it as kind of, maybe I didn't know what I was doing. It's pretty tough stuff. I knew a woman, she's Filipino. I mean, she moved here from the Philippines, and she got her family here, but her father was, I think, 90 years old, or 90th birthday. On his 90th birthday, they flew back to the Philippines, and I know they're really poor there, and they live out away from the smallest town, so they're kind of in the, like they say in their version of saying in the country. And she says she got her father a goat, and they cooked the goat for his 90th birthday. So I said to her, I know they don't have a car, you know, they're dirt poor. I said, how'd you get the goat home? She goes, well, it walked. I'm thinking, oh, you walked the goat home and then cook the goat. And I'm thinking, I wouldn't be able to do that. By the time I got home, that goat would be my friend, you know. But I'm glad there's people that could still do that. The old 88 through 92 Cutlass Calais were good cars, and some of the Buicks were nice. Dean says we have high-low cutoffs, yeah. Sorry about that. Some junk 91 W41 Cal A442 here. I want it so bad. There are very few lawn boys sold over here in Ireland. This Tommy says there are very few lawn boys sold in Ireland. I only ever saw one, 2-stroke.
They're good motors because they're super, super light.
Well, the little ones are sickles. I don't have a nice antique one of those, but really don't use it. Yeah, it was a sickle. It looked like just like the thing on the Soviet flag, hammer and sickle. There was some joke one time. I said it's still Soviet times, but you know, we were past the hammer and the sickle point. They said the Soviet flag, doing a new Soviet flag, it's going to have a power mower and a weed eater on it. I never did that. It'd be pretty funny. Did your parents leave you in the electronic department and watch black and white TVs? Yeah, you know what we did when we were in Sears. There were color TVs. Remember the old round screen color TVs? I'd go in there to look at those, and of course there were no color shows. Every once in a while a color commercial would come on, but never seemed to happen when I was in Sears. But I get really close. That's so stupid. I get up really close to the screen because I knew there were 525 lines on the black and white screens, and the color screens had dots that were the additive primary colors. My father was all into printing and color and all this kind of stuff, so he taught me about how color TVs work. So I get up there really close with my eyeball, looking at the color dots, you know, because I just found that really interesting that it was color. And I do that in a Sears store where my parents would leave me in front of the TV, like that. Ross Portolo with Briggs and Stratton engine, 4 wheels, and a 43-inch TV screen to gaze people. I don't know about that. Milk the goats, make cheese. Sell tips. Man, I don't have time to make cheese. We're trying to make cars run. Man, I knew a guy, he was my pediatrician when I was a little kid. Then he took care of my kids. And then later, he was still a pediatrician when my grandkids were born. And then he retired, and he was in his 90s. And he did some YouTube videos. He was Italian. His name was Tidone. It looked like Tidoni, but his name was Tidone. And he made cheese on YouTube. Guy's amazing, and he lived like into his late 90s, and yeah, he's making cheese on YouTube. Oh, let's see. There's constant more work than mowing what grass we have with hand sickle. I heard the phrase being walked up the garden path comes from walking your pig up to be slaughtered. Really? You have laws in Ireland since when all I ever saw was moss. Yep, I was scraping moss off a path only yesterday. I've never been to Ireland. I've been to England, so it's like kind of North Atlantic, same kind of weather I would expect. And so what I remember was just all the green, driving over hills and hills and hills of green. And I don't know if Ireland's like that or not. I just expect being island and in the same area of the Atlantic, it might be like that. I don't know. All says if I ever catch up after years of end-of-life elder care and other stuff here, I intend to I'll probably eliminate most of the grass that remains. Lay nice turf of a breed I'm not allergic to in certain places. Olive, have you ever thought about living in Arizona? It's like there's no lawns. There's desert scenes. You never have to mow them. Weeds don't grow. It's just beautiful dry air. Damn. But it gets hot. A lot of people from the east don't like Arizona because it's so hot. I love the place. I mean, there's just no traditional winter there, at least to southern Arizona. Northern Arizona is very, very different. 7,000 foot elevation and cold. Very, very season. Very, very long seasons. So radio shows. Who knows the shadow knows? Man, that was like the shadow. That was like 50, that was 60 years ago, maybe 70 years ago. I remember there's a guy in our local radio station. See, the local top 40 station was on my paper route. That was the last place on my paper route, and I always stay there. And they were downstairs. They were like in a basement, so there was a staircase that went down, and I'd stand there and look over the edge. You could see DJ down there playing the music and doing all this stuff. And then there are girls that liked the DJ, so there were always girls hanging out. So I had all these girlfriends. It was a pretty good job. And my paper out where there's 3 or 4 groupie type hot looking girls. So there was a new DJ down there. And he called himself The Shadow, which is of course a copy of The Shadow. The Stone Garden and the Drainage. I'm UV sensitive, but AZ has no shade or trees or apparent relief from nut jobs in power. But I don't know, Arizona was pretty nice as far as I was concerned, because I don't know, I worked out in the desert where all we were expected to do is do our job. And when I was in town, I worked on my cars. I had a shop, and as long as out where I worked, we had a shade structure. Politics there didn't bother me. I didn't pay attention to them. Probably the worst thing political out there was the any time you drive over, what was it? Speed limits are all 75. 85 and over became a crime. It was a misdemeanor. So I know a lot of people got busted for going 85 miles an hour, and they'd end up with a misdemeanor on their record. That's pretty bad. I think the nut jobs in power are probably everywhere. They're just all... None of them tell the truth. That's my opinion. They'll tell whatever they need to do to stay in power. And they get this group to like them or this group to like them. But then when they're there, they're more concerned with themselves. So the companies that spray your grass green in Arizona. I did see people sometimes put a patch of, what is that green stuff that they put on that artificial grass? What the heck was the name of that stuff? Can't think of it. I didn't see anybody paint grass. AstroTurf, yeah, AstroTurf. I saw people put AstroTurf on, like a little patch of AstroTurf up near their walkway or something, but not very often. I mean, a lot of the municipalities in Arizona will give you a break on your water bill. They give you a percentage off if you don't have any grass, and you have desert scene, so you have like some cactus and some things that you really don't have to water, and a desert scene, and I think it looks pretty good, and they'll give you a percentage off on your water bill. Heck, why not? I have 9 cats, and I'm about to make Chinese food for a snack. Uh-oh. You know, that's a story when I was in Arizona. The local news is okay, because they cover things like local kind of stuff. Little League scores and local shit, you know, car accident. Really not into politics. There was a Chinese restaurant there, and you know what happened? The health department found a couple of cats in the freezer, and they got shut down. I thought they'd come back after they got the mess cleaned up, but they never came back. Actually, they got bought out by somebody else, so this place was there over Inishir, located in County Galway. The island is the real location that represents Craggy Island for the opening credit scenes of Father Ted. I'm a Hat Trick Productions Channel 4 moron, unrepentant. Okay, that's all gibberish to me. Like something I don't know anything about it. Yeah, AstroTurf. AstroTurf. Okay, let's see. Is this far enough back? Political stuff. That's far enough back. It's history. We can't get into the. We won't get into the political part of it. But you know, Bill Clinton was kind of a car guy. You know, he had a Mustang. I don't remember what it was. I think it was a 67 or 68 Mustang. And he had an El Camino, and he was talking one time about his cars, and he says, I had an El Camino, and he goes, and I put AstroTurf in the bed. I'm thinking, man, that's like Arkansas hot rod, I guess. I don't know. But now I'm down here near Arkansas, Tennessee. I still don't know if I'd put AstroTurf in the bed of a truck, but I might. It might be. Maybe put the brown stuff back there. Probably tough stuff, but I don't know if I think that's that cool. Also, seriously, Buff, migraines are bad enough in the woods in Georgia. I'm not moving to a desert. If I need to flee, I'm heading back to maritime climates. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, well, you were born in the Northeast along the coast, so that probably is very natural for you and probably a good place. Tommy says there's a native grass from there that roots grow down 5 to 6 feet to survive the heat. Oh, that might be. You know, you go out in the desert in Arizona where it's just whatever grows there, and there's a lot of hard dirt, and there are some little plants. In some areas, there's a big cactus with the arms, you know, the saguaros, and the Joshua trees. Someplace Joshua trees are more in Southern California, but there's places. That's all there are is a few little plants and some kind of small little plants. Don't forget the great haircut. People did that. Bedliners were uncommon. Yeah, bedliners. What amazes me about bedliners is I'll be driving down the interstate once in a while. There's a bedliner in the center divider all flipped over. Did that fly out of somebody's truck? What holds those things in? I kind of like the spray-in. The spray-in. That's what I put in the back of the truck. Spray-in bedliner. Obviously. Wouldn't be AstroTurf. Not today. And, yeah, bedliners. Man, that's a black plastic that wore. Climate change there too, but I would have left going priced out. That's what happened to me in California. Got priced out. I mean everything, and there are too many rules and regulations. Trying to have an automotive repair shop in California is like, nah. It's like I can't do that. No, Buff, it was someone's accommodation. What, the El Camino? Yeah, wouldn't you like to have some of those cars? I'm really looking hard for a replacement for my Mazda. And none of the cars I'm looking at are newer than about 40 years. I'm looking for a low-mile, garage-kept car. And they're out there. And if the Fox body Mustang, I can't afford it. But the Fairmonts and the what's the other one? The Zephyrs and the Fairmont Futuras. Some of those are pretty nice cars, and yeah. Before bedliners, people did put AstroTurf in their truck beds. Yeah, Bill Clinton was kind of bragging about that, and I can imagine that. It's just every once in a while, I think of somebody who's in politics that talks about something like that. He talked about his cars. Geez, Jay Leno had, oh man, that's like too new. Our current president, who used to be a vice president, when he was vice president. He was on Jay Leno's show with his Corvette. That was all right. Let's see here. When I'm off, it was awesome hanging out. Hey, you're welcome anytime, Sarah. It's good to have you here.
Thanks for stopping in.
Catch
We're
y'all on
here. Tell them when we're here.
Catch you on the flip side. You sound like a CB radio operator. If there's anybody in here that's into that. Yeah, the CB antenna got ripped right off my Mazda. Imagine that. I lost my CB antenna. Yeah. Let's see. On draft, the prices around Phoenix have gone mad. Yeah, Scottsdale. Oh, Scottsdale. Yeah, that's like wealthy people places. It's Ajo. AJO, Ajo. Ajo. There's work down there. I lived in Yuma. For like, I think 13 years. I'd go back to Yuma in a second. If I had this place in Yuma, that would be the deal. Yuma, it's a bit warm, but geez, a couple of years ago I could still buy a home in Yuma. I just had this place, I came back here. I already paid this off. Can't hold out there, I'll go back north. If I can't hold out here, I'll go back north to Free States. There's nothing free up north. I think you mean free in a different way. Yeah, that's the thing about New York, Massachusetts. I don't know about the rest of New England, but I'm sure the prices are crazy high. I'm just guessing from, I think they probably are.
What do you got in trouble?
Yeah, it's, Olive says she'd go back up to the Free States, and I go, there's nothing free up there. But I mean, she means it in a different way, and I'm thinking like, yeah, I mean, free like a homestead, you know? Nah, probably not.
Okay, hold on.
Grinding. Let's see here. He's grinding on a block. I can't compete with a grinder. Maybe you can hear me. Okay, now I can put the mic back, or the camera back down. Let's see. See, Sarah says, get yourself a Chevy Firefly, which I assume is the car that here they call the Chevy Sprint. 3-cylinder, best toy at 7. You know, I had a girlfriend that had a Chevy Sprint, little Chevy Sprint wagon, and another good friend had a Chevy Sprint wagon, and they were really good on fuel, really good, and they were fun little cars. But trying to find one now, oh man, I can't even imagine trying to find one of those. And then of course, after that, there was what was the little Geo Metro, which is basically the same running gear. I had a friend that had one of those, and I drove a few of them. They were fine. A friend of mine wrecked one in the front end really bad, and I fixed it. Got a different bumper and just did all the body work and fixed it and painted it. It came out really good, so I got to drive it. It was just about like the Chevy Sprint, but small. You know, it felt smaller. It was a little coupe. And then says, did the orange 76 ball get launched from the aerial? You remember? You can't remember those things, Dean. The 76 ball is like when I don't think I was even driving yet. I think that was like in, I don't know, 1968, 69, 70 maybe? I started driving in 70. I remember those things being around, but I think I was still on my bicycle. Basic civil rights, cost of living, yeah. Just depends on what you think. I was in Massachusetts. A good friend of mine lives there. We went over to New Hampshire, and he was buying something. He goes, oh yeah, no sales tax. And the woman behind the counter, she goes, oh, what do you live in, Massachusetts? He goes, come on now. So, I don't know, I guess. Pick up the mic gives distortion. Yeah, I tried, but I figured that wasn't going to work. Gotta watch for parts. Orphans, and in Tennessee, Georgia Hills, being dangerously underpowered. I've been looking really where I'm looking for cars is Southwest. You know, because there's little moisture, little rust. I really like Fox bodies because I had so many of them back a long time ago. The other car I really liked that I had was Chevy Novas, and that same bunch of cars, which I actually prefer the Pontiac. Oh man, 74 GTO. The 1 year the GTO was on the Nova body, but those things, I don't know if it's because they're age or because it's General Motors and Chevrolet. Any good ones are crazy expensive, 50 grand kind of stuff. And I'm like, no, that's not my daily driver, Robbie, my car importer, would put them on his cars in Oregon. So he would know what cars to container to probably Compton, LA before the import to Dunedin. They used the balls for that. There was a radio station. God, you're noisy.
Creative process.
She's filing. Yeah, there's a radio station just about the same time that with those little round 76 balls. So, those little 76 balls, the radio station had one that had their the call letters on it looked exactly like it was orange. And they, if they saw one on your antenna, they'd leave something under your windshield wiper that was like to go in and get a free record, or this back in the days with 45, vinyl records. And they'd stick a thing on your windshield wiper. You'd go to the radio station, get a free record. So those they were KSLY little round things. I'm going to get Kim a rubber file. So let's see here. They say Massachusetts, but actual consumer and other taxes are actually lower than in neighboring states. Yeah, that's how it is here in Tennessee. The sales tax is pretty high, but everything else is lower, and no income tax. No state income tax. So, they let the people driving through. Tennessee's real centrally located. A lot of people driving through Tennessee from other states. So, I don't mind them paying some more sales tax. I'd rather have that than the income tax. To me, income tax is a penalty for productivity. So, kind of like Tennessee with no income tax. It's all imports had a radio. And the only cars you could get had a radio and an antenna. New Hampshire, is that what you call New Hampshire? New Hampshire may not have sales tax, but look at it. I don't know. I've been in New Hampshire, not very far. So I got a friend that lives in Amesbury, Mass, which is it's right on the border of New Hampshire. So we've walked into New Hampshire and driven around there, and it's looks the same to me, but I've never spent any time. I don't know what it's like. I only ever saw those 76 balls as a kid when Indy races run. There was a 76 station here a while, but they got bought out by some company I never heard of. Means the rich pay less. Okay, means the rich pay less. And we got to pay 9 or 10% if we want a road. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like Tennessee with no state income tax. Nevada's like that too. Nevada, I got friends that live in Nevada. One of the reasons they're there, they made the move from California because it's a pretty nice place and it's warmer, and they like that, and they don't have to pay any state income tax. California will kill you on state income tax, and to me, that's not wealthy. That's a working stiff. This computer's starting to max headroom on me again. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, same here. Low income tax. And, the sales tax are a little bit higher. Oh, man, this video's turned to crap. Man, all this jittering. I got a lot of air blowing through that computer, too. But here...
Is it giving you grief?
Yeah, it's giving me grief. I don't know, I don't mind. I'd much rather have a higher sales tax than the higher income tax. I don't know, we could argue about that all day. I don't know, anytime they tax my income, to me that's a tax on productivity. And, I don't know, I don't really want to talk about politics, but I kind of like the no income tax. After being in states where I got raped by income tax. Well, California, it's all high. So it doesn't matter. Every tax is high. There is no low tax. Well, actually, in California, there is one thing that is not taxed. There's no sales tax on food as long as it's not prepared. As soon as it's hot, there's tax on it. Like you go through the grocery store and there's chicken there that's hot, it's cooked. You buy fried chicken to take out, there's tax on that. But any food you buy in California, there's no tax on that. That's pretty good. But anything else? Oh, she's doing I gotta put the camera on her. So now you get to see her jittering. It's, she's over there doing a, smoothing off the top of the block.
I'm just dressing the surface for a new gas, not removing any material.
One thing about the U.S., there's 50 states with all different tax structures, and if you feel real strongly about it, you can always move to a different state, and there's no restrictions on that in the U.S. And I have moved to states, moved around, advantages and disadvantages.
Come take a look at this. Tell me what you think.
Okay, I cannot carry the camera over there, but I can walk over there and look.
Guys, I need them. Let me have the Campo for one code.
Oh wow, look at that.
This one has it too. That's from the reman. Somebody tore them up real bad.
That's okay, because it'll seal it.
Yeah, the ring's still.
Oh, I wish I could bring a camera over here and see this. That surface looks really good. They put a chip right through it. Yeah. I know people put head gaskets on. They're never this clean. This is exceptionally clean. It just needs to be, wiped down and everything. And
I'll wheel it up.
And I guess we already did the cylinders. We just needs to be, take the distributor out, go outside, and just, pressure wash the hell out of it. And then make sure, because there's a lot of metal dust from honing the cylinders, or like everybody says, you weren't honing, your glaze breaking. Okay, whatever. Running the hone down through the cylinders, and what you just did there, Okay, she's gonna wheel it over here. Okay, yeah, I'll move the camera so.
I was trying not to make so much noise.
Oh, and that looked really good. She's got a pretty good finish on that top of that. Rob Royce. Good evening. Good evening. Maybe it's good morning. Rob Royce, welcome. Unless you might be pregnant lately, but economics are involved that I don't have the luxury of whining about for making too much money. I don't know. I don't want to get in further into politics. I just think, you can kind of, sometimes there's reasons you can't move, but then, in a span of a lifetime, you can, in the U.S., you can kind of choose where you want to live. And looks like you've moved pretty good distance for one reason or another. I certainly have. Usually the reasons I moved was I was chasing work. I chased work all over this country and England. Only reason I was able to work in England is because I was working for a company, a U.S. company that had a presence in England. Drinking Sam's zero sugar, whatever, cola. Okay, so now I don't really want to get into the argument about the politics of it. I just want to know what it is. In Georgia, do they charge you tax on food? On non-prepared food, or even on prepared food? Because that's something that really surprised me when I got to Ohio. Is they tax the crap out of you on food. It's like, what? Well, same thing here. What about in Pennsylvania? Do they tax food in Pennsylvania?
Only prepared food.
Okay, just like California.
Yeah.
So Pennsylvania is like California, where you get taxed on prepared food, but not on food in the grocery store. Unprepared food. Kind of got stranded down here, actually. If I could afford to move,
If you're poor, you have to make your own.
it wouldn't be to AZ. Yeah, see, and the reason I like AZ, I like Arizona because of the weather. I mean, the weather's, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't get any better. But there are a lot of people from the Northeast that came out there to work that did everything they could to get out of there because they couldn't stand the heat.
You're gonna have to pick that camera
Classic
up.
car restorations.
You want to see that? I don't think it looks that good, to be honest.
Okay, let me move my. Now I've got an open drink, which is really bad because I like drinks that close. Oh, I'm gonna put it somewhere where I hope it doesn't spill. Okay, so here we're gonna move the camera, unhook, and we're gonna look at what Kim's been doing. Look at the top of that block, and she says she doesn't think that looks very good. I think it looks
I want it to
wonderful.
all look shiny like that, not
Well, it's not a, you know,
like the darkness.
it's not a chrome polished surface. It's a surface that needs to seat a gasket, and that's really good. It's just you got all that dust down in the, you know.
Oh yeah, it needs
It
washed
just needs
out.
to be,
The
needs to be washed.
shaft needs to be wiped. Yeah.
And then what we want to do is show what you did to the water pump area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not so much. It's just
Well-
smoothing.
Smoothing. You see this right in here?
I'll get
This
the
area
light.
right here, there's a big old ridge normally there. And she rounds that out so the water or the coolant will flow nicely around there.
Yeah, you can get a little more flow. A slant 6 is designed, it can cool just fine, but the last thing you need is some stupid casting or somebody's Friday afternoon. See this area right here, the cast iron is so thick, and there's a big strong rib here. We can make this.
Okay, I can't move that to where you're looking.
But we can really, really, really take extra metal out of there if we want to. I don't think we need to take more out, but
No,
you
that's
definitely don't
really
want to leave
nice.
any flash there. You just want it to be able to just shoot in there, and then it goes this way around, and it goes this way back, and it can go up some. Like there's plenty of places for the water to go. So, and then there was some dirt and stuff. We got that out of there. So, clean the holes out. Try and prep the surface for a little bit of paint. I gotta wash it out I gotta wash it down but you gotta figure the exhaust manifold and everything is gonna be here. So I just want the only place I'm real worried about the paint. Aim down. The only place I'm real worried about the paint is right here, because this is really the only spot that you can see, and then like right here, because you can see, but there's a water pump that goes right here. So really you can only see the paint like right here, and then right back here where there is blue still. Those are the only places. So why?
Are you going to pull that front cover, timing cover?
I don't want to.
Put a new
but you
seal
really
in.
want me to.
Well, I'm thinking if you get a new seal in the gasket set, which it probably has,
Yeah,
it just wouldn't hurt to put it in, you know?
it's true.
And then you know that's all sealed up. Nothing worse than putting an engine together and have it leak oil, and then you wish you had taken something apart.
And I think that
That motor mount's kind of had it.
motor mount might be spent. May have given us our money's worth. I've got to order one.
Oh, I can't get any. I tried making the camera go closer, and it's
And the
out
one
of-
that came
out
off
of cable.
the one that came off the car is completely, the bond between this and this is completely broken.
Yeah, so you
The
just-
rubber looks better, but it's broken. So I got to get another cheap Chinese one to last 10,000
Oh, can you
miles or
get
something.
good ones, or they're all Chinese now?
I don't know. I'll have to look. It's hard to tell because it made in China and made in America on the same box, it says, so you never know.
Yeah, I had one. I had a box today. No, it was last night I was looking at, and it said "Made in USA," and on the same box it said "Made in Mexico."
Yeah. Or it'll say made in USA, but on the part it'll be stamped made in China. You're like, I think someone's lying. And I think it's the American.
Rob Royce says, "Nice inline engine." Yeah, it's a 225 slant six Chrysler from the 60s. And somebody had rebuilt this one, bored at 40 thousandths of an
Yeah,
inch
it's got a
over.
reman tag right here.
Yeah, you can see the reman tag.
40 over
You got
pistons.
so much light on it, Kim, you can't even read that. You got to get it further back or
I
something.
don't think you can read it either way,
You
but
can't read it, but yeah, that's what that tag is.
40, 20, 10.
So it's got 20 thousandths under rod bearings and 10 thousandths under main bearings. And it really wasn't run very far because I'm going to put this camera down instead of hold it there.
Probably a good idea.
Oh, let's see here. Where am I? Okay, we can still see you there. So, I'm reading there and talking at the same time. I'll get to y'all. So the Kim bought this engine, the one in her car, this little show and tell, that Dodge Dart, 66 Dodge Dart. That engine was very, very, very worn out. Leaked oil all over the place, but it ran good. We drove it all the way to Sykeston, Missouri, back to the No Name Nationals. And
We ran it far enough to know that it was worn out.
it was fine, but it was leaking oil, and it's old. You know, it's like way, way, way too old. So when we pulled it apart, well, she already bought this one, and this one been rebuilt. But somebody had, I think they messed up the engine, and they bought a short block, and then they put their own head back on it because the head was as worn out as a head can get and still run. So Kim's was the opposite. The short block was worn out, and somebody had redone the head on it. So we're gonna
Zombie
probably
motor.
disassemble that head of hers and probably do a little bit of port work, although it already had some port work
I don't
done
know
on
if I'm
it.
going to do port work or not.
And-
the time. It's so
And
tough.
you're going to replace some valves or something. I don't remember what you're going to do. But anyway, we'll put that head on this engine, and we'll have a good engine. All new gaskets and everything. So I'm just kind of giving a rundown. Are
Yeah,
solid
thanks.
mounts available? I've never seen solid mounts
On
available.
a slant 6.
Well,
No, usually they use the rubber mounts and they chain it down because it'll lift on the far side, and this is pressing, so they usually just chain it down so it can't twist when you really.
all my solid mounts, I've always just copied the rubber ones and made steel ones,
I've never.
and I've
you know
done that many times.
The other thing is when they solid mount, they usually mount a plate to the front of the motor, and then they have ears here and here. They usually don't use these ones. That's been my experience.
Something I did that for years. Mounted 351 Windsors with solid mounts. Some Tony, Uncle Tony's garage, he said one time is you got to be careful because then the next weak point is the block, and I'm like,
Yeah,
the
he'll
block.
split the block.
really? I never even
You
thought
won't do that. On
Never
slant 6.
even thought of that, but I never broke a block.
The thing about a slant 6 is it doesn't make enough power to break itself.
So I don't know. I think we could probably make some better rubber mounts with like two big mounts with a piece of steel in between or something like that.
cheap.
If we really wanted to get carried away. But I think on this application,
Yeah.
any rubber mount we buy that's for the application will be fine,
For a little while.
This is not going to have,
when it needs replacement.
this isn't like a 500 horsepower engine or something,
And
It's
to
just
replace it, you just need
engine.
to put the engine on a lift. Just lift the engine up and put the mount in. There's not a lot of other stuff around it. It's like
and if, yeah, right.
pain in the butt, but it's not.
If you have to replace these mounts, it's not like a new car where it's a major
Yeah.
hassle. It's
Catastrophe.
just lift the engine up a little bit, put them in. You probably do it with a jack.
Yeah. You put a jack under the snout of the engine and do it. It's not that bad. And I'm cleaning up so I can paint. No one can see it.
My last Windsor engine in my '64 Ford Galaxy, I built a 351 Windsor for it. I broke motor mounts, and I put chains on them. I broke the chains. I put big turnbuckles and cables, broke the turnbuckles. Finally, I built a set of steel motor mounts, and I could feel a little bit of vibration through the car, but it was, after 5 minutes, I didn't even notice it anymore. So I just ran those steel motor mounts.
It was worth it for the security of not having a.
Oh, all the broken parts gets old, you know. Oh, and that's what happened to my Fairmont Futura. I had a 302 in that was built pretty good. Not like drag racing good, but for a street rod, it was pretty good. And the weak point there seemed to be the rear end. I broke the bolts that hold the the factory control arms in place, and I broke them many times, and finally went to grade 9, socket head cap screws. I don't know if anybody's still here. They all got quiet.
There's people. As long as you're having fun, we keep going. If you're bored, we'll be done. I don't know. I'm just doing the stuff that needs done. I don't feel like laying under the car anymore tonight, so doing stuff. Power steering pump bracket that I don't think we're going to need on this car.
Yeah, it's similar reasoning with the Volvo inlines. Parts quality becomes a pain in the ass. Just go solid. Yeah, I don't know. What do you do? Make your own, or are there some available that you can buy? Yeah, and these, I don't think on this we're going to have enough power to do that.
That's one of the good things about the power is that it's
I
hard.
mean, what are you going to have on this? A single barrel or a 2-barrel?
I don't know.
One or the other.
Yeah.
It's not going to have a header on it. It's just going to be
Even if I did. Well, that's the other thing is the exhaust on the car is so small it can't breathe up enough power to break itself. That's why these Slant 6s were so reliable. Is it just they don't breathe.
This is a cruise down the highway engine. And it does that rather nicely.
Oh yeah, it loves it at 70 miles an hour. It's glory. It just
Dean says 6.75 axle is stock in the... What?
675.
Axle is stock in the 2.3 and 3.3. 675? Dean, what are you smoking?
Wait, 2.3 and 3.3 what?
Well, I thought he was talking about those two engines, what were in the Fairmont Futuras. I don't know. What's he talking about? Some giant wheels, maybe. I don't know what you're talking about, Dean. In the case of Volvo, you can just replace the rubber with an aluminum bit. Okay. Yeah, my solid motor mounts, I just made them out of mild steel. I just take the rubber mount that was meant to be on the 64 Ford and just copy it, make it out of steel.
Make it out of steel.
And bolt it in, and that was the end of that problem. See, you see, that dated back to 1960 Falcon Pinto and some 2.3 Mustang 2s. The Sterling axle is a joke. Oh, 6.75, that's not the ratio. That's a diameter of the ring gear. Okay, then you got a 7.5 inch differential. Okay, now I get it. I thought you were talking about the ratio. I'm going, man, that thing probably go like 15 miles an hour in high gear.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. I'm glad you figured.
Yeah, you know, if I get a Fox body, my Fox body, I ran the, what was the small rear end in the 2.3 Fox bodies? And probably in the 6-cylinder, the 3.3 Fox bodies? I never broke one of those axles, but I break the bolts that held the axle in place. Those things snap right off. They just shear. 24 spline axle shafts on that axle, same as the 2-liter Ranger axle. See, our Ranger, your Ranger, not mine, was a...
It was a 2.8.
It was a 2.9 clone engine.
That's on the list for this winter, is put a motor in that.
That's not as big a job as this because we only have one.
You know what?
motor.
Putting a clone engine in that vehicle will be, it's an engine replacement. It's not a bunch of custom work. Well, it might be because it's a 2.9.
The problem is it was a fuel-injected engine and we have to de-fuel inject it. But we did that with the Dakota and I was pretty successful.
I
so.
couldn't believe how successful you were with on a Dakota, how quickly that fired right up.
We put a distributor in a car that never had a... Well, it had a distributor, but it had an electronic distributor. And that's the same case as with the Ranger. It has an electronic distributor. I was worried the 2.9 didn't have a distributor. It was just like one of the... had coil packs, but it doesn't. It has a distributor. It just doesn't have mechanical advance, so you have to...
So my Fox bodies that had the 2.3 engine in them probably had the 7.5 axle. And the one I'm going to want if I start upgrading a Fox body is 8.8, obviously.
If you're putting a motor in it, but it's
Yeah, for right now, I just want something that drives, you know. And if it's got a 2.3, I'm really not looking for that because those things all break. But I've never had a 2.3 that didn't break a piston. Never. They all start knock, 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 knock. When I take them apart, either the pistons are cracked right around the ringland, one of the skirts will be just wiggling around, or the skirt will be in the pan. And they're still running, but they're making noise.
Maybe we can find one like that and get a really good price on it.
But a 6-cylinder, I want to get something I can drive. I want to get something to replace the Mazda, which means I go out there and turn the key and start it, go put gas in it, change the oil, and that's about it for a year or two while we have other projects. And then someday I'll put
find a YouTuber once.
Someday I'll put a 351 Windsor in it or something, you know.
You can find a YouTuber who has a car like that who wants us to...
What, a Fox body?
Yeah.
I want a fortune for it. I want an old man's car, old lady's car, something that's been in a garage. It's, you know what I'm looking for.
You want a 2-door though?
Yeah.
Well, that's why you're going to spend money. Because a 4-door would be.
Well, you saw the one that's at the top of my list right now. It's a 2-door.
Wish it wasn't so far away, but I understand.
But I don't want to say any more about it before somebody else gets it.
Somebody else will want it.
So, I just should have had money by today, and I don't have money. So, but part of that's my fault.
We cannot go get the car until after my surgery. Do you remember that I have that coming up?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what date that is.
I gotta look. It's next Monday, the 14th.
Yeah, but then you have surgery, and then you're going to want to get in the road? What? When is it?
14th. It's like coming up.
Oh, okay. And today's the 10th. Or no, today's the 11th.
Yeah,
so it's coming right up. Yeah, okay.
And
my guess is that's about when I'll get money.
It's not in Clarksville. We got to go down towards like Murfreesboro. It's like in Smyrna or something.
Smyrna?
Yeah, I got the address.
Holy crap! Why'd they send you all the way down?
Because they have to put me under, and they don't do that up here.
Surgery? I thought they were injecting your neck with something.
No, it's more elaborate than that.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, I kind of did, but it was...
No, you didn't.
It's a nerve splay. It's considered...
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. It's scary. I'm going to deny it. If I don't think about it...
How are we going to get down there? In the Jeep?
We'll be fine going down there in the Jeep. You don't need to worry about the Jeep. It's all right.
My old reliable car that wasn't that old, that had nice seats in it and everything that you could tilt back and relax. I just always was good with that. And now that's gone. So I'm nervous about it.
I understand, I agree. But we gotta do it. Unless you want me to find somebody else to take me, I can do that.
No, I'll take it.
I don't even mean it in a mean way or anything.
Well, when is it? I mean, like what time of day?
I don't remember right this second. Like, I know I should know, but when I made the appointment, it seemed like a reasonable time knowing that we were going down there. So...
No, I thought we were going over here to this clinic we always go to.
I know, that's what I'm discussing. You're aware of what's happening. Because I don't want it to spring on you at the last possible second. Is anybody even still... I'm sorry, everyone. We're talking about stuff.
She got to have neck surgery. Didn't know that.
Bang.
Well, I think they're injecting you with something in your neck,
No,
and I
they've
find
been
out they're.
injecting
I
stuff.
find out you're cutting on your neck. No, it's
Now
like
they're doing a nerve splay. That's where they burn the nerves to death. So they can't hurt if it's dead.
who recommended this?
Pain clinic.
It's the guy that knows what he's doing. You hope.
I mean, they know what they're doing. I don't know. Is they good at it? I don't know. It's a risky, scary procedure that they only do when people have very little other options. I have been in a lot of pain for quite some time, and I don't believe there's any other options, unfortunately, except to continue to medicate. They're saying, "Oh no, try this. It actually works."
Well, and if it came down to it, if I want to go get that car, and you're like laid up, I get on Greyhound and go down there, go take the bus. Take the bus to go get it. I've gone and gotten on the bus and gone and bought cars that way
but
before.
who's gonna video document it?
I don't know.
Without me.
Video it on after we get back.
No, we got to document.
Oh, and the
whole
other thing is,
thing.
I really want to take some tools with me. Because it'd be a strange car driving it, you know.
Like what Tony said,
good
it's the
business.
ultimate act of.
I'd be like Vice Grip, and there, wherever you could go to the nearest AutoZone and buy some tools. Buy more tools when you get home. Oh man. You know how many times I've gone somewhere and had to buy tools to get home? Too many. Too many times I flew somewhere, drove a car back, had to buy tools.
It's fine.
That's why there's like 900 wrenches in the wrench drawer.
Yeah, that's how you get 900 wrenches.
Well, look at that. They can even see that. Oh, maybe they can. Maybe they can't. There's a drawer open right where Kim's butt is.
Oh, there's a lot of screwdrivers.
And it's a screwdriver drawer, and there's like 150 screwdrivers in there. It's crazy. And then there's a few other things like picks and things that look like screwdrivers but aren't. Getting quiet in here.
I think we should
Did,
let everybody.
did everybody
go to
fall
bed.
asleep? Well, yeah, but I look at like Dean Stevenson. He's not. Rob Royce. I don't know where Rob is. Rob Royce, where are you? I know where Olive is. Georgia. That's about the only people in here talking. But there's more than that in here. They're sleeping or they're lurking or
Yeah,
something.
working. You know, we're talking about the same thing. They're probably waiting to see if we have anything new to talk about. What do you think about the car?
Olive says, I think when car shopping, it helps not to have your heart on any one thing. I just never buy a vehicle I can't love in some way because I'll be fixing it anyway. Here's the thing, I really missed having the Fox body cars, and I just never thought I'd be able to get one because I just don't make enough money to go out and buy like a Mustang Fox body because it's one of those cars that just gets more valuable every day. But now I'm getting a payoff for a newer car, and I really don't want a newer car. I want something that's low miles, older car that is easy to work on. And I remember the Fox bodies being such great cars to have. Same thing with Chevy Novas. Buying a new car, I'll tell you right now, if the car's got to have a $7,000 scan tool to diagnose problems, I don't want it. I don't want a car like that. I want a car that I can go out there with a meter, a voltmeter, or a test light, and fix any electrical problem with a test light, which pretty much you can do. You might need a meter. I have a meter. I have many meters. And finding a Fox body that somebody didn't drive a lot, that's garage kept, and they probably older person, their father, they inherited it or something, and there it is. What are they going to do with it? That's the kind of car I want. And I'll find that. There's enough Fox bodies out there.
I agree. They're out.
And somehow they didn't get caught in the cash for clunkers. They were
People
probably too old. And people like the Mustangs. People like them, you know.
Yeah.
The sad thing is there's a group of cars in there that's like late 80s, early 90s, all the way up to maybe like 95 that are still fairly simple. One of my favorites is the 92 and 93 Pontiac Grand Ams before they got the airbags in the steering wheels. The steering wheels got really big. Early airbags where they hadn't figured it all out yet. So they were real clunky. But like 92 and 93 Grand Ams with a 3.3 V6, which is just like the 3.8, same architecture. Man, I love those cars, but you can't find any. You might find one in the weeds, like all rusty somewhere, but that got caught in the cars in the cash for clunkers. They just, in a matter of a few months, they all disappeared. It's really sad, because they're great cars. The same thing with the Grand Prix back then. Man, a Grand Prix was pretty nice late 80s. You find one every once in a while, but they're all beat up, ruined. It's kind of, I think they got caught in the cash for clunkers. I think the Fox bodies were too old, actually. I don't think they were on the list.
Oh, they weren't on the list.
What amazed me was that happened, in 08? I think it was in 08. And all the way up through 04, there were cars up to 04 that were on that list. It's like, holy crap, a 4-year-old car, you're going to take that, you give somebody more than it's worth, and pour something down the intake to ruin the engine and not allow junkyards to sell any parts off of it. I mean, it ruined the used car business. Just ruined the used car business.
That was the plan.
Well,
that was their plan.
It's the end of my business, the end of my no more used car business.
But that's what they wanted. The auto manufacturer's the one that pushed it through. They wanted to get rid of these.
Tommy says, time for another cup of tea. Back in a moment. Dean says, I was going to wax eloquent about Ford steering box, R&P Fox chassis cars. I'm not sure what he's saying. I still suggest expanding your scope. Well, you know what? Here's the thing, Olive. I've looked and looked and looked at all kinds of things, and I'm just slowly narrowing it down. And I found a couple of pretty good candidates. And I'll probably grab one of those. That car Dr. Go has, I really like that too. That J-body Chrysler.
Is it 318?
His is a 318, but they came with slants in it. I'd be fine with a slant.
Well, 318 is a good motor for that car.
What is that thing called? The Cordoba LS.
It's got like 50 more horsepower than Slant 6. And
I don't care. No, but if I found a really good one of those, I might be up for that. Yeah. But that's probably the newest car I'd want. I don't know. There might be some others. Like I say, 92 and 93 Grand Ams were great. Oh, another car that fit into that was the Oldsmobile. Olds changed the name on their cars and really ruined their marketing. They had everything do you need help with that?
Oh, going very
you got
easy.
it. I was about to grab, but you got it. The Olds Achieva. See, Oldsmobile, everything was a Cutlass, and it was like the best-selling brand there was, and all of a sudden Olds was Cutlass in one swoop was gone. They became Achieva. I don't know, they had two others. Not Aurora, but I don't know. Nobody knew what the hell they were. So the Olds Achieva was basically the same thing as the Grand Am, but the Achieva had kind of a shitty engine in it. They had that 4-cylinder overhead cam engine that was kind of a persnickety engine, to say the least. Mike Murphy, what's up, Kim and Buff? Vacation down in Durango this past week.
Who Durango?
Durango. Where is Durango? It's in Texas, right?
Oh, I thought that was a Dodge.
I just don't. Yeah, it's a Dodge. I just don't know exactly where that is. Man, I should know where it is. See, I know Texas real well from one end to the other on I-10 to the I-10-20 split, then I-20 up to Dallas, Fort Worth, and then I-30 the rest of the way across to to Little Rock, which is not in Texas anymore. Oh, it's in Colorado. Oh, I know it. Yeah, I should. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, south. It's southern part of Colorado. Yep. Now I know where it is now. Man, what was I thinking? Why Cash for Congress went wrong would be political to describe.
Yeah.
Especially regular. Yeah, it's political. No, it's just
Real
that.
political.
It's just at this point, it's history. That section of car, those years of cars, are missing, and it's that's pretty much why. Any cars that would be considered as older or classic cars they're just missing. They really.
Well, not totally, but they're rare.
Yeah, but they became rare instantly. And so that's why those aren't on the list. Although, if I found a really nice 92 or 93, one of those 2 years, Grand Ams, with the 3.3 engine, I'd jump on that. Let's see here. Rob Royce G bodies were nice from 78 to 87. Which was the G body? Which is the G body?
78 to 77 G body?
78 to 87.
7 G body.
Is
I
that
don't know, is that like Monte Carlo?
That's what I was thinking. That's like the Monte Carlo. Those are really boxy square ones
I had an
I don't like.
85 Monte Carlo. That was a pretty cool car, but I had problems with it. I don't think it was the car's fault so much as just life. I had fun with it. Should have done it different. Should have done it.
The wrong people got blamed. I don't want to blame anybody. I'm just saying that those are missing. Those cars are missing.
Going like
and
a freight train. Going
Maybe it's a good thing I bailed from got out of the used car business, because that business kind of sucked anyway.
Going like a soldier in the Civil War, bang bang. Going like a '69 Cadillac.
Although the thing I really enjoyed about the used car business was you sell a couple of cars and you're back in the auction looking at cars coming through, and I did a lot of that.
Yeah, that frame rail is painted, people. Painted.
Are you gonna stick the camera on it? I can't stick this one on it.
Nah.
Nah.
They don't want to see a freaking frame rail on an A body. Y'all seen a frame rail on an A body in your life? Have you not?
Well, the plan did not itself involve. They didn't torch them. I'm talking about the running gear. Perfect engines and put.
Well, I don't know about perfect, but they would have been good for rebuild.
Well, you take an engine that, like I said, this happened in '08, and a lot of those cars on the list.
Hold on a second. I gotta make a lot of noise. No way around it. Thank you. Sorry.
A lot of those cars on the list were up through '04. Those are 4-year-old cars. It's just.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Worse than that, he's dead, Jim.
So.
Dead, Jim, dead.
Oh, I see. You're gonna start taking the head apart.
Mike.
Oh, you're gonna. Oh yeah, this head isn't apart at all. Mike Murphy. Apparently, you're not supposed to stop in the Navajo Nation without permission. I was taking pictures, stopped multiple times. Used an app coupon for a free burger. Really?
For a free what?
Oh, the Navajo Nation. I didn't know you could stop without permission. I know that there's a reservation just inside California from Arizona. The name begins with a Q. I could never pronounce it properly, but I knew people that lived on the reservation, and I knew people that could have lived on the reservation, but they didn't. And I know on the reservation, you couldn't carry a gun on the reservation unless you were, I think, half Native American, and then you could. And I knew a guy that was a police officer on the res, and he's a pretty good guy. But I didn't know there's any. I don't remember anything about not being able to stop there. I remember the gun carrying thing was a big deal, because even if you had a permit, you couldn't carry on the reservation unless you were half Native American, I think. Then you need a permit. It's kind of just one of those things. Got back to Durango, looked this up, and I felt like an ass. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's all these things. Original cast for Clunker's plan was supposed to involve the UNCID. The UNCID used? I don't know what that is. Car market too, but someone with the purse strings cut that budget. Only what benefited new car buyers and M sellers. Man, yeah. Whatever it was, it was all messed up, and it sure ruined my business. We had the car scrappage scheme over here too. This is in Ireland, all done on ecological grounds. It was the worst possible thing to do to cut CO2 emissions. Just pushed new car sales.
That's all it was ever about.
All eco BS, yeah.
All it was ever about.
Oh, used car market. Okay, see. Plan was supposed to.
Took the bill and paid off the politicians.
Was supposed to involve the used car market too, but I don't know. It was. Well, then, and I knew a guy that had more money than you could ever believe, and you know what he did? He had a bunch of cars that were 4 or 5 years old, and he got huge money from them, from the government, and he bought new cars. And it's like, that's, I couldn't do that. And I didn't have any money. I what you make, buy here, pay here, used car lot. You're lucky to have enough money to pay your bills,
And all them cars to trash, to ruin. That's the part that really sucks.
Used car market. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Arthritis is getting crappy on me. Sorry. This is what I found out about this crash I got in. Is I had a CT scan. Some of the imagery checked CT scan. So get done, and they're like, well, you don't have any broken bones, but you're going to be sore. That whole thing. And then the third person that looked at the imagery says, well, your arthritis, you have, there's still a little arthritis there, and that's going to bother you. I'm like, arthritis? I don't have any arthritis. And she says, yeah, you do. She goes, you're 70 years old. She goes, most people your age have it a lot worse than you do. But yeah, you have a little arthritis. I was like, oh, okay. So maybe that's why my neck cracks a little or something. I don't know. It didn't used to crack, but
I told him go see the physical therapist.
It did something to my arthritis that I didn't know I had.
He won't go. I told him to go.
Well, no, I you know what I did? The woman I'm not supposed to discuss anymore. I'm not supposed. Well, I can probably say it because what are they gonna do? Look up Estelle Campo. So anyway, my former wife is a healthcare professional, and she doesn't live around here, but she used to live around here. She knows everybody. So I asked her. She was texting me and telling me to go to physical therapy, and I go, okay, who do you recommend? Because she knows everybody here. And she hasn't replied yet. That's been like 2 days. So maybe I'll have to. Can you text like with bigger letters? I don't know. I'll ask her again. She's busy. But then I I'd probably take a recommendation, because she knows everybody around here in the medical business. Let's see here. Like I said, Regular Car Reviews did a documentary. Oh, that's who RCR was. I thought RCR was Rick at what's his name?
RC Industries?
RC Industries. That's what I thought you meant. Regular Car Reviews did a good documentary on it, 40 minutes or so. But if you want to talk about it, it's worth as much time as we spend talking about it. Yeah, I don't really care to talk about it. It's just that my point is that age group of cars is missing. And I kind of wish it wasn't, but it is. So I guess I won't find one of those. Or the likelihood of finding that age group of cars is pretty,
more difficult.
probably not. My starting term at 25, it's chronic autoimmune stuff. See, my brother, who's a year younger than me, he was a wrestler in junior high school. And they had already diagnosed him with arthritis when he's in junior high school. And so I know he's a year younger than me. So he's 69. And so he spent his whole life with worsening arthritis. And, I didn't even know I had it until they did this imagery. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, there's a little damage there. All right. So I got, it's really strange. You get in a crash like that, and this is like NASCAR kind of crash. It was this huge going backwards and through stuff and just horrible crash. So I get out of the car. I have help getting out of the car, and I get out of the car and I'm fine. I walk around, feel good. But an hour later in the hospital, I'm starting to go, man, my neck's all cricky-crackety and something isn't right. And that's why they started doing the imagery, So, yeah, like right now, if I do this kind of thing, it doesn't feel like it used to feel like. Something's different. But I know I don't have any broken bones, so I'm not worried about my neck being broken. But I know something isn't right. Oh, you're double nutting those to take them out.
Yeah, there's not really much other way to get them out.
I don't know if any of you are watching Kim or not. I hope you're watching her and not me sitting here talking. But,
Well, I would almost like to, I don't know, does anybody need to see this in a recording?
well, why not? That's what we're doing.
Well, if you want to be done with the stream, we can record.
Well, we're down to six people in here, but I don't mind keeping it going. As long as people enjoy it. And I got a mustache here going up my nose. Even in my times, even if they went, it's opposite. You might as well say it's voodoo. Maybe get some hydrocortisone. I went in for an MRI about my back. They found out I have an aneurysm. Oh, wow, yeah. I think you told us about that.
Who has an aneurysm?
Mike Murphy. I think he's the one that. Aren't you the guy that had the? They found that kind of by accident, and you ended up having to get it fixed.
That's crazy. I'm glad you're still here, because that'll kill you.
Oh, I see what she's saying. Even in my times, now I'll fix what Olive said. Even in my times, even if they went, it's lupus of some kind, you might as well say it's voodoo because you get some hydrocortisone. Yeah, I know somebody had lupus and she died pretty darn young.
Yeah, me too.
You know who it was. There's Steve Walker that you met?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I shouldn't have brought up. Now, of course, that name's, there's probably a million of them. So his wife died of lupus after they'd been divorced, but it was her. Yeah. I knew them when they were teenagers.
I had a friend, sort of a friend. His wife passed away of lupus.
Mike Murphy says, my father passed from it and left me the Bronco. Lucky they found that by accident. Yeah, with me, they found the arthritis by accident, but I was fine. I didn't have anything in my neck bothering me other than it would be a little bit. Yeah, I sore muscles sometimes, but that's like, I think everybody has sore muscles sometimes. Mike says, I'm only 30 and they found this out. Man. Oh, so you haven't had anything done about it yet. 30.
Brain aneurysm?
I don't know where the aneurysm is. Runs in the family. Speaking of hydrocortisone, a little cream. Well, there's hydrocortisone little cream. What is a cortisone shots? My brother used to get all these cortisone shots, like in his knees, and just. And he was a kid. I know he's had these problems all his life with arthritis and water on the knee, and you know, typical kind of wrestler. And I don't mean like professional wrestling. It's like gladiators. You know, like competitive wrestling.
Sorry for the hammering, folks. Done for now.
Yep. That's what somebody in the... Remember that tool I showed with the air hammer with the 3/8 drive? Where you put the socket on, vibrate something?
Maybe, yeah.
What was that short I did like last week?
Yeah.
And one of the commenters said I was supposed to do what you just did.
Stripped all the threads off of this.
Not supposed to use the machine I showed. They're supposed to use wrenches and tap it with a hammer. Which is, that'll also... It's not like there's... Sometimes commenters, I'd like to say, hey, you know, there's not one way to do everything. There's probably 100 ways to do everything. It's just, this is one of the ways. This is one of the tools that's available.
Right? People. I think they know everything. I really don't want this to break off.
Oh, what? It looks like it's getting shorter.
No.
Maybe it's just... Okay, let's see here. Oh, it says it's fairly usual to get some arthritis at certain ages, though, Buff. Humans get bearing wear. Yeah, like some people end up getting, you know... I knew a guy that used to do these kind of surgeries where they had to put in, I don't know what they do, to rotator. I don't know, I'm not a medical person. Yeah, basically the human ball joints get worn out. I've been pretty lucky with that kind of stuff.
The wrong hardware on here. Great.
What are you doing, replacing everything because of the wrong stuff? Oh yeah, I remember. Somebody had put the wrong studs in there. They're too short.
They're too short.
And so Kim's replacing them all.
They used coarse thread nuts on fine thread studs.
The nuts, at least it's not the wrong one going into the head.
Right. It's true.
So they use coarse thread nuts on fine thread studs. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Some of them. It's a mixed bag of what they used. I've got the right ones. I gotta get them out. Hopefully I can do it without breaking anything. I don't know.
This isn't bad. This Zero Sugar Sam's Cola. Not a sponsor, but I drink a lot of drinks that don't have sugar. This isn't bad.
Put another lock nut on. Why not?
Tommy Henley says, I always thought if I started a YouTube channel, I'd call it, I think we need a bigger hammer.
That's a good plan. I think you should start a YouTube channel called We Need a Bigger Hammer. We started a YouTube channel called Wrong.
Oh yeah, I started a YouTube channel, and I've only put a couple of videos, and I gotta get serious with it again. And it's called Wrong Tool. So it's like you can imagine. Although I don't want to. Although I don't really want to ruin any tools.
Hey, there we go.
What wrench is that you're beating on? It looks like some old wrench.
Monroe.
A Monroe wrench. I don't even know what that is.
That's one of the things I don't like about the tool collections. There's few things in here that I don't know what they are, and it just looks like a half-inch wrench.
Oh, and then I'll freak out because you're beating on
I'm beating on a hammer because it's just a half-inch wrench.
1928 snap-on or something.
Well, I have some awareness, but not everything. Like, this just looks like a wrench.
Snap-on was only made for 3 years in the 20s. And you know what? I don't have any of them. I have a couple from the 30s, I think. Well, I know I do. You remember the wrench that you hate to get? Which is looks like a 1/4-inch drive?
Yeah.
But it's not. It's a
15, 16.
Yeah, something bigger than 1/4, but not much.
Something bigger, but not.
Anyone that wants to use a bigger hammer is welcome to help me set posts for firewood storage like I've been putting off. Man, firewood, we got to get the firewood together.
Well, we're going to be out there in the cold chasing down firewood. It's going to stink.
Does everyone have their favorite hammer? Oh, man.
I
got a drawer full of favorite hammers.
My favorite changes depending on the job. I definitely have This is a nice hammer.
Yeah,
show them this hammer.
I just whooped my head around. That was dumb.
It's got a hickory handle. It's got a nice shape to it.
You know that little ball peen that has
It has a nice ring.
This has a nice ring, she says.
When you smack something with it, it goes tink.
This has a hickory. Genuine American hickory handle.
I mean, it's not like an S-wing or anything like super nice, but it's for
What's
a
it say
cheap
up
hammer.
here?
It's a pretty good one. It's got good balance. I like it.
What's it say up here? Hobart?
Is that what it is? Hobart?
I don't want.
I don't remember where.
I don't want to sand on it because it's yours.
I don't know if it's mine or yours.
It's not mine. This is not mine.
Okay, it came out of my collection. I just found it at a store one day, and it was like.
Yeah, if there was a piece of something lightly abrasive like Scotch-Brite, I'd see what kind it is. It's a 16-ounce. I think it says Hobart.
I'm sorry. I don't have anything.
That's all right. It's your hammer. I don't really want to mess it up. But that red handle little ball peen?
Yeah.
That's my favorite hammer.
That's fair.
I really like that hammer. And it's funny, I don't remember where I bought it. So she likes her 3-pounder. Kim.
It's not always better, but.
Kim.
Yeah.
Can you hold the fort down for a few minutes?
I can. I absolutely will keep a look on it.
It's like when the pilot gets up out of his seat, heads back into the airplane, and leaves one person up front.
I will even borrow that chair.
You got the chair.
Hey everybody, Tommy is here
Built yourself
for a bit of precision engineering. Yeah, a little bitty ball peen hammer.
There's
It's
my
nice.
favorite hammer on the floor right there.
Is it the red-handled one or something else?
No, that's something.
How you doing tonight, Olive? I hear you talking.
That is my hammer.
He's been baiting politics.
No,
He brings up really politically energizing topics and then says, I don't really want to talk about it. Oh, man. Mike Murphy, I'm only 30 and they found this out. Hoping for the best. It can be okay, Mike. I ran into some pretty serious medical problems. I've seen people get through it. Your attitude is really important. Find good, supportive people who will encourage you through the difficult things. And the risk of surgery and something going wrong outweighs leaving it alone for now. Keep looking for good doctors too, and stay aware. Be your own best advocate. Make sure that rushing into surgery is not always the best plan though. So If your doctor says, I had neck surgery, and they made me wait like 4 years for neck surgery. I went to physical therapy for 2 years, and it just kept getting worse. And finally, I couldn't move my arm. Like, I couldn't lift my arm. I had no grip, and it hurt all the time really bad. And they were like, okay, we'll do surgery. And they were like apologizing, but like I did the research, and they were using the same, they don't want to just cut people for that surgery because the outcomes were mixed. Yeah. All of our politics are pretty middle of the road, honestly. Mine, for a long time, I did advocacy for people, and some of the people who I advocated for made me look stupid because I worked so hard for them, and then they flushed it down the toilet by being idiots. And I thought, I'm just going to advocate for myself because, I mean, I understand. People are people. But I don't know. Just trying to keep it together. I just want to work on my cars and stay warm in the winter and dry in the rain. I see all that flooding and rain in Florida. There's nothing political about what those people are going through. I don't know. He's back. I'm going back to my work.
Why?
I don't know, because I want to get it done.
You're going to give me my seat back?
Yeah. Take it back. Oh. The man, the myth, the legend, Buff Del Campo has returned.
You're tripping over your light numerous times. Tripped over the same light.
Kicking it. I can't help myself.
Oh God, it's a little bit cool out there, Kim.
It's very cold out there. It's
starting to be that time of year.
The fall of the year.
Yeesh. I don't like cold. I am a desert rat, and I'm not in the desert anymore.
It's a coming whether we like it or not. You know what we're gonna have to do before long? We're gonna have to start coming out here early and get the fireplace fired up.
That means we need wood.
We got lots of small stuff. When we really have to start heating, it's going to be a lot more difficult because you need a lot more wood to really heat. But if we had a little fire in here tonight, it would get warmer than we were comfortable with quick. Because it's still 70 in here. That's pretty warm.
Yeah, that's
we'll do okay.
How it is. It's only politics.
I was having a conversation with.
Okay.
With
they still.
Olive a little
bit.
They
still say Massachusetts from states that actually have higher taxes. So, yeah, I mean, it's like, there's all kinds of names that places are called that you can find reasons maybe people shouldn't say that, but you know what they used to say like 50 years ago when I went in the military? I was from California, so they got a jab at you. So especially the kids, we were all like 17, 18, 19 years old. You're from California. All that comes from California is they had other names for gay people. Gay people, and I won't use the word they used. Gay people and
the F word, huh?
Gay people and hot rods, and I don't see your wheels. Well, that's just like something that they jab at you about. It's not reality. It's like hazing or something, and some guys would get mad about it, but most didn't. Most would just laugh it off, It's like Massachusetts, same kind of thing. Somebody joking because they say, "Oh yeah," a guy says, "Oh yeah, there's no sales tax," and she goes, "What are you from Massachusetts?" Yeah. So that's not serious. It's like one of those jabs that people make sometimes for the fun of it. When I hit AZ, I thought of you. Where'd you go into AZ? Oh, in the Four Corners area. See, northern Arizona and northeastern Arizona especially are so different than southwestern Arizona. And man, I get up like in northern Arizona, you know, where it's 7,000 feet above sea level. Oh man, is it cold! It'd be snowing sideways up there. Get out of the car and try to put gas in the car. It's like, jeez. And I, you know, like 3 hours, 4 hours later, I'd be where I got the air conditioning cranked up because it's hot. It's just so different places. Goulet. Is that? Am I pronouncing it right? Goulet. Good evening. Here, I don't know where you are. I'm looking at your picture there. Man, I can't see what kind. It's a car, but I can't see what it is.
We talk about cars. We're working on a 66 Dodge Dart.
Yep.
What kind of car you got? What kind of cars you like?
Kim wrote, says Kim is a real go-getter for American Iron.
Who says that?
Goulet.
Thank you for saying that. I am.
Somebody new here, and welcome.
I love me.
Glad to have you here. Mike Murphy says, I'd rather sit in 105-degree dry heat than minus 20 degrees any day. And we're talking Fahrenheit, of course, because if that were the other temperature, Celsius, that would be, probably couldn't sit in 105. Yeah, like out there where I worked at a test site, it was 120 every day. I'm not kidding. On the cooler days, it was like 115. On the warmer days, it'd be 125. The hottest I ever saw out there was 127, and that was one day, and that was toasty warm day. But you know, in summertime, as long as you have shade structure, and as long as you have plenty of water to drink, I'd go through a case of water pretty easily. And and then I didn't pee at the end of the day. It was you're sweating, you don't even know it because you never feel wet. It just, I'd take one of those temperature guns, laser thing, put it on my arm, it'd be like 91 degrees. And that just tells me that the sweat is evaporating off as soon as it gets to the surface because your skin is 91. Your body temperature is much hotter than that. So that's pretty funny stuff. This is Boston, not LA. And that was Phobos Dudes. I don't know what that is. Dudes.
What idiot put this in?
What idiot put what in?
That's the hex head. They put it into the water jacket upside
Oh,
down.
dumbasses. Okay, here's something if you don't know. Hand me some greasy thing.
Sorry.
This is a stud that's supposed to hold the intake and exhaust manifold onto a slant 6. I don't know if you can see that in the. Trying to hold it up so you can see it. It's a stud. Okay. Here it is. It's a stud that screws in there, and there's a hex in there for an Allen wrench that's meant to screw the stud in. Except they put it in this way with the hex down into the head. So she had to double nut it and had to get it out, and the hex head was buried into the head. That's somebody who didn't know what they're doing.
Right? What dummies?
Mike Murphy, drastically different than Phoenix, man. Yeah, see, Phoenix, I used to go up to Phoenix quite often because I had friends up there. Friends up there, airport up there, all that.
I got a tap.
But
I'm working.
Phoenix was not quite as hot as Yuma. Yuma was like the hottest, driest city in the world, I think. I think there are other places that had record temperatures. There's other places that had record temperatures, but on a day-to-day basis, Yuma is the hottest place in the world, I think. Because I always look for a warmer place, I could never find it. Yeah, they still say it, but you're being political if you bring up actual tax burdens. Yeah, well, of course. I mean, you know, you could talk about all the different tax laws and everything, and you know, I don't really want to talk. In fact, I can't even speak intelligently on that stuff which is why I have a person do my taxes, because I expect that person to be up to date on everything and not make mistakes. And that's why I pay a tax person to do my taxes.
We recognize that taxes are political, but we don't necessarily know all the details.
The politics thing with me is, I know how powerless I am, and I just got to get through it somehow. I'm at that age. I just got to get through it somehow. And I can get mad, or I can, and sometimes I do.
He gets mad.
Sometimes I do.
I don't blame you. It's infuriating.
When I see my local politicians decided to double our property taxes, double my income maybe. But yes, I don't even know who, so I get mad about that.
I don't even know what party they were a part of.
Oh, I have
made those decisions, but it's just
it's a bunch of locals that are voted in, and they did that.
Well, they own big new houses, and they have big taxes, and then they see that you own an equivalent amount of property, and they think you should have to pay big taxes too. So it's fair.
So I don't. What I've learned is no matter what party you're gonna get screwed. Okay, so
they're in it for.
So I just don't want to get into it now. When it comes into history, like we were talking about Bill Clinton with, he had an El Camino, and he had I think he had a '67 Mustang Coupe, and that's kind of interesting. I'll talk about that, but I'm not going to talk about his.
Did anybody tell us what kind of car they had?
I
asked what kind of car somebody had.
I'm not going to talk about what laws he signed or didn't sign.
There's another. Why did they put them in upside down? What the hell?
Idiots put the studs in upside down.
What were they thinking? Why would anyone?
Okay, let's see here. Mike Murphy, I just personally can't get anything done in the cold. Me neither. All I want to do is find a warm spot. Yeah. Work sucks. Getting up.
We fight it sometimes, though. We'll come up here.
Shoveling snow.
Wood stove. You look at some of the videos I did last winter. I was out there working on that Bronco in the freezing cold. I got it running. It's breathing fire-breathing Bronco, I think I called the video. I don't know. I think it was on my channel, not yours, right?
What's that?
Kim Fixes Things. That's my channel. And I was working in the wintertime on them cars. I don't stop. I want to get it done. Just because it's cold, the world doesn't stop turning.
Talk about working in the cold and shoveling snow. I used to hate all that. When I was a little kid, I liked the snow. And guess what? My father was out there shoveling the Chevy van out of the snow. And then as I got older, I was the dad. I was out there shoveling cars out of the snow and with a big old ice thing and breaking ice around the wheels because they're glued to the ground. And one night out there with a blown wheel cylinder on the left rear of a car that my wife needed to drive to work the next day, and I'm out there with the car jacked up in the snow with a drop light and doing a one-wheel brake job and replacing a wheel cylinder in a snowstorm. Isn't that fun? It's like, no, I'm tired of that.
It's what you do.
Oh man,
you gotta do it. Somebody gotta do it.
Phobes, you must be gay if you don't do this. Yeah, I don't know about that. Phobes, what is that? Okay, getting up. Yeah, I understood getting up. I'm highly debating moving from Northern California to the Phoenix area. Okay, have you ever lived in a place where it's really hot like that? This is what you got to think about. When you're in a place like that, I don't know what kind of job you have. If you're going to be working outside, you got to be ready for that. Lots of sunblock or long sleeve loose t-shirts. Drink water all day long. Wear a hat so you don't get sun. I used to put sunblock all over the back of my neck. Some of the guys wore these big, not Mexican sombreros, but almost that big hats with a lot of shade. And the problem I had with the big hats was I was working with aircraft and I had to wear headsets a lot. I was outdoors with a headset on. Well, you can't wear a hat with a big brim. I mean, that would have been nice, but nope. So I do this, and I just smear sunblock all over me. Now, if you're working inside, the heat's going to be between I can't believe that stuff.
It's moving.
You,
Rusty.
if you're working
Rusty.
inside,
I'm sorry for the hammer.
yeah, I can't talk over the hammer.
Gotta get it moving back and forth so it doesn't split, crack off.
So if you, just wait.
I'm really sorry. Trying to get stuff done.
Hook a wrench on it.
Hook a wrench on it? Oh, no, I don't want to torque it. I want to...
Okay. But you can move it back and forth with that too.
Yeah, I understand now. Okay.
Okay, so if you're working indoors, now I'm probably way behind. If you're working indoors, you know, the heat you're going to feel is between indoors in the car, between the car and the grocery store, between the grocery store and the car, and you're probably going to get through that okay. And you're going to have air conditioning. In the wintertime, it's basically just like spring or fall anywhere else. It's 70, 75 degree days and it gets cool at night, 50. And once in a while you have a cold night. But it's really a different environment. And just be ready for that. I was in Yuma, which is probably a good 5 to 10 degrees, probably 10 degrees warmer than Phoenix. So Phoenix is actually a little easier. And you say Phoenix area, so the Phoenix area, you know, when I was moved to Arizona, Phoenix was the 6th largest city in the U.S. Now it's the 5th largest city in the U.S. It's a big city, and it's spread out. I bet in area it's probably the biggest city in the U.S. because it's so spread out, you know. But it's and there's all kinds of, there's good areas, bad areas, there's new, and Phoenix is like, just, I don't know, talk to me sometime. I'm interested, and I'll tell you what I think, and then you can make your own decision.
Yeah,
you
we
don't want to talk
that.
about it, but you still say Massachusetts wanted to stop their buff, but you don't get it. I don't get it. I guess I don't get it. Let's see. I mostly changed. I say Massachusetts because it's a joke, not because it's real. I mostly change water pumps and U-joints in the snow. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry, Mike. Olive's okay. She knows what's up.
You know about. You do know about that, but people wanted to make you afraid of being treated like a gay person for not having the right rims on your car or whatever. Yeah, well, there were. I don't know. I don't know if you're ever in the military. When you're a young punk in the military, you're new. There's all this like kids kind of nonsense talk, and they say dumb stuff. As you've been in the military for a while, pretty soon now you're a military person, and you kind of fit in that group. You're not a kid from California or a surfer, they make fun of that, or a southerner, they make fun of that, or whatever. Now you're a military person, and you're kind of in a group of military people. So it changes, you know, and that rivalry just goes away. This is more mature, I guess. You really like bringing up gay, my God, dude.
Mike,
Oh, that. Don't worry.
We understand where it's coming from.
Ronnie Shackelstein. Mike, stop being. all right. We all have our gay side, I guess. Phoenix is one of the largest cities square mile wise. It sure is. Growing like crazy. I'll reach out to you by email, Buff. About the move, sure. And you've got my email address. It's buffdelcampo@gmail. I'll try, Ronnie. I was not allowed to be in the military without perjuring myself. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. There's and some of that, I'm sure I know where you're going with that, and I think some of that is, haven't they turned that around now? I'm sure they have. I know they have, because my son's in the military. Both my sons were in it. One of them was in the military. The other one has made a career out of it. He's been in the military for a long time. I know a lot of his friends, and there are
lesbian women.
There are definitely lesbian women and there's gay people, and they're some of his closest friends, and I know them well, and I know they're in the military. The military knows they're in the military, and they do a damn good job. So, you know,
it's much of an issue if they do their job.
I guess we've moved somewhere in that area. So,
come on, damn it! Can you imagine getting stuck on the side of the road with a stuck thermostat trying to do this?
You know what I'd do? I'd take a punch and I'd shove it into that thermostat housing, and I'd knock the crap out of the thermostat and break it open and drive down the road.
This was the dart cylinder head.
Okay, so if you ever get stuck with a stuck thermostat, you reach something in there and you break the thermostat, and then coolant flows, and when you get where you're going, then you deal with this.
This is some bullshit.
Yeah, they got rid of Don't Ask, Don't Tell like 10 years ago.
They did. It's been a long time.
Well, actually, Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
That was when I was a kid.
Was a giant step in the right direction, because before that it was
political as all hell.
It was a total witch hunt.
Witch hunt, yeah.
So Don't Ask, Don't Tell meant that legalized it, but it probably wasn't the best way, but it legalized it. Personally, none of that should matter. You're there to do a job, not as a social experiment. Yep.
Shit.
Hey, you threw a wrench?
Something like that.
Yeah.
The head of the bolt's still in there?
No. Oh, yeah, it's over here. You know what this is? This is a 1956 Snap-on. Here.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's one of my cool old wrenches. It belonged to a guy named Villa, Villa, which could be Villa. I bought it on eBay, and it was from Villa.
The head of that bolt came off.
It came off. I see that. So, yep. So the military has changed. You know, social tribalism exists everywhere. We're pack animals. Okay, Don't Ask, Don't Tell came. Yeah, well, you know where that came from. I mean, it's history now. That was Bill Clinton's first day in office. That's the first thing he did, which ended what was prior to that. So, Bill Clinton's first day in office, it was legal to be gay in the military. You just weren't supposed to make a big deal of it. They couldn't keep you out. You were good to go, and they better not say anything. So that's history, not current politics. That's the problem these days. They brought social politics in the military and have weakened it, in my opinion. I don't know. You know.
Now that's political.
You know, that maybe.
Oh.
Just, I know a lot of people in the military that are, 2 women I know, they're married, okay? And they're both in the military. They both serve. They're both, they're both career military people. And the people they work with think they're pretty good people. So, just.
They're nice people. Yeah. And if they do their job, then
it's just
so be it.
So. I really don't want to be like Russia, where I got to be 70 years old and go back in the military. I'm glad some of these young people are in the military and they want to serve. Really happy for that. If they do a good job, it's really good. That's fine.
Oh, you're getting really political now, bro.
That's not so political.
It is pretty political.
It's
well,
the way the military
issues.
is. It's the way the military is.
It's social issues. There's a lot of people that don't agree with that.
I know there's a lot of people don't agree with that, but I don't know. I could get into it a little.
I'm
guess.
willing to take a stand on that particular issue. I think the military shouldn't judge people based on that particular aspect of their life.
Okay, I want to. As much as I want to kind of discuss this, I want to shut it off. I want to end it. We're going back to cars.
Cars.
Cars. Yeah, we're gonna. Okay, so.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad.
So you can't get that out of there.
This is the worst one yet.
Well, you know what? That's on a corner where you could put some heat.
Gonna have to put some heat.
Do we have a map gas torch or some kind of torch that's not a big hunking torch? Well, a big hunking torch might be the way to do it, because then you put a lot of heat quickly in a small spot. Dropped your glasses,
I meant
Dan.
to do that. Just gonna try and clean it up to where I can see all the threads. Get all the gunk out of the threads and then soak them with some stuff. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. Booty. So did the chat get away from you tonight, huh?
I don't know. I think the chat got we started getting divided on politics. I don't want to do that. I want to be talking about, you know, if it's historic, yeah.
See, to me,
It changed. It changed. That's the history, and that's just a fact. And that's it. We're done.
Yeah,
it
but you have
changed.
an opinion about it, so.
Well, yeah. I mean, how can I not have an opinion about it? It's
Well,
like
then
that's the
they
way it
wanna
is.
discuss
That's
it.
the way it is now. It's like
But now they want to discuss
it's like,
it. 'Cause you brought
we
it.
have a military
You
that
can
does
talk
a
about a
job.
car, you can talk about the hurricane, talk about something that ain't political, but it's not as much fun as people like to have
It
discussion.
says okay. Here's where I will make a comment. It says I'd have to serve under a president I, to say the least, do not approve of, but that wasn't the problem. Okay, well, let me say this. I served under many presidents, and of course of different parties, and as a military person, I was allowed to vote, but as a military person, I had to, they were the commander-in-chief, and take an oath to follow, and you do. It's just, that's the job. And if you hate it enough, I guess when your term is up, you don't re-enlist. You leave. Or you don't go in. I mean, in this country, we have a choice whether we want to go in or not. No, there's no draft anymore.
Luckily, right now,
There's no draft. There hasn't been a draft since since Vietnam when I went in. There was still a draft when I went in. It ended right when I went in. But I was not drafted. I enlisted in the Air Force. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it. I've done talks about it.
We haven't recorded nothing tonight.
I thought you recorded. No, last night you recorded. So. Boop, 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 boop. You got to open it wide open, Kim. The only way to get that thing to fire off is wide open. Otherwise, it does that.
It's not working.
Well, what? Here, hand it to me.
There, you can fit it with it.
I can fiddle with it.
I think we probably lost our eyes.
What happened to this? Oh, it's all the way closed.
I can't get it.
Oh, you're right. This may be empty. Yeah, this is empty.
Here. See if you can. This doesn't have a lighter. Ignite this off of that. Fire me up. Thank you.
Olive, this is what... Olive, hang on. You're going to leave because you're pissed off. Uh,
Are they?
yeah, she is. She says, yeah, talk about it, then don't. Good night, everyone. Okay, so good
Sorry,
night.
Olive. We'll try it better next time.
So if you want to argue, go start a channel called Political Argument Channel and have fun with it. Ooh, let's get this out of here.
Yeah, she gets on the nerves.
Some people
No, don't do it. Just change the
just, yeah.
What do you want to talk about? What do you think about the car?
Yeah, Mike Murphy says she'll pull through. Yeah, hopefully, because we've gotten in this kind of thing before, and then she leaves, and then eventually she comes back and talks about cars again. She says, all right, I'm here. Okay, I have a suggestion, and this isn't, I'm not being a smartass. Start a channel that's about this subject
I don't think she wants
and
to
have and sit there and moderate it like I am about. Well, right now it's Mopars, but my guess is it's going to be about Fox bodies at some point, as well as Mopars and aluminum cars. And occasionally we stray into something that could be politics.
Well, we've been here for so many hours tonight.
It got too far into it tonight. But generally, I say if it's about history, especially when it includes automotive stuff, yeah, I'll talk about it. But if it gets into some controversial thing that's today, I'm not. I don't want it to carry on here. I want it to carry on somewhere else.
It ties in, and when you bring up topics that are really political based, or that have been dragged into becoming political to it makes it difficult for people not to voice their opinion.
No,
and then when you tell them you don't want to talk about it after you brought it up, it's tough. It's called baiting.
And
you do it, you don't even know.
And no, I don't think the car community should have to only hear about one side of life and then say, go away. No, it's not one side of life. What did I bring up? A president that had two cars that were interesting. And it was, when the hell was he president? 40 years ago?
Has it been that long?
No, let's see, when was he president?
It might
35 years ago? Okay, Bill Clinton came in 92, and it was during his campaign that he talked about having I think it was a 67 Mustang Coupe. Could have been a 68. I know it was a second-gen Mustang. And he had an El Camino. And he talked about it. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, and Ronnie, that's what I don't want. Right there, that's going to go away. I'm sorry. Yep.
Oh, it's moving.
I really don't. I'm and technical quandary about military programs is 35 years ago. What's history? Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, that smells crazy.
It smells good and it's moving.
It's not about Clinton's cars. I know you got it. You warmed it up enough. See, I don't know if you could see it. She warmed up that corner of the head, and she got the broken off stud moving.
It's coming now.
It smells a little like a hot piece of steel.
Luckily, it wasn't a blind one. I think that made it helped it.
So yeah, I know you want to keep it going, and I just am a little uncomfortable with it. And if you knew my side of it, I think you'd really be surprised that I'm on one side sometimes, another side sometimes, and that's part of the problem I have is that we're so divided in this country. We can't be on. I'm not on one side. I'm not on one side of it. I'm not even close to on one side of it.
I wish we could talk about real issues because that's not even what they want.
I can't. So,
we'll try and be here.
So.
Drill, baby, drill. He's just provoking.
I know you're provoking it, and I don't really want you to provoke it.
You know what it is? It's late. And we don't have a whole lot more to talk about because we already talked about what we're doing on the car.
If you're going to say drill, baby, drill, it better be about fixing the threads on this head.
We didn't have to drill. I got it without
She got it without drilling.
there it is. It's out. And I'll be able to reuse it. It's not even damaged. Kick ass. That's what patience does for an old piece of milk.
Okay, we're not.
Oh, they're doing it just to piss you off.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to just
Be done.
start killing the stuff here. That
3 in the morning. There's nobody even talking about anything. We might as well just be done. Even our regulars are miserable about it. Not having a good time.
so. Yeah, one more, Ronnie. You're going.
That's probably the end of the stream.
So. Somebody got a timeout there. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the end of that.
Did you look at the weather report?
I'm gonna tell you where I am with politics. You know, I always say the best president would probably be just pick out some old person on the street that lives on your street, and their kids didn't get in trouble, and they tried to pay their bills on time. Maybe didn't do it perfectly, but they tried to get through it. There's a perfect person right there to be president, and you're not gonna be able to do that. So why bother?
There's too much at stake to let anybody like that charge. There's too much money, too much power to let anybody have control of those reins who isn't carefully selected.
You know what, Kim? You're on the last one.
I am. Yeah, it's coming apart. Boy, this is a trial. I wouldn't do this except they're all wrong. If they were, well, this one's not wrong, but I had to take enough of them apart that I might as well take them all out, clean this surface.
Clean it all up. That's right.
Because these, well, there's just the one that had the big pucker in it.
Not only that, when you're taking out the valves, there's interference you won't have.
What, from having these?
Because when you have the clamp over the top, there's all like stuff in the way, and now you got nothing in the way. Yeah, because you're using the clamp and that little tool. Well, let's see this thermostat. Ooh, it's warm.
It's been in there a while.
Haha, look at this. Look at this. If I was president, I'd
never be president.
There's a kind of policy I like. If I was president, I'd ban slant sixes. Yeah, let's have that argument. If I was president, I'd ban. What card don't I like? Shit, I like them all. I like them all.
Oh, what's that? Wait. Here's political. Here's political, but not political. A lot of people can have an opinion, and I don't think it's all that political. What was that place where they banned Dodge Chargers?
Oh, what was there was a city in Georgia. Oh, you'll know about this, I'm sure. There's a city in Georgia where they banned Dodge Chargers. You're not allowed to drive a Dodge Charger in that city because
banned them.
Too many people were
effing around.
Yeah, messing around. Okay, I want everybody to see this. I don't remember doing this, Kim. Did I do this? No, I didn't put that there.
No, this hasn't been a part in a very long time.
See this thermostat? Somebody who was really smart put this thermostat in. I don't know if you got put it so my face is so you can see the hole. Somebody drilled an 1/8-inch hole in the thermostat right in the right place. And what happens is when you first fill this up, this is not open, so you got a lot of expansion in there, and it burps fluid up through where the cap is. But if you drill a hole in this, it'll just slowly bleed all the gas out of there, and pretty soon you've got coolant all the way through the system before the thermostat opens, and then it won't come belching backwards up through the radiator cap. Somebody was smart and did that. Now, I don't know if this is any good. I mean, it probably is.
We could put it in a pot of water and
We could, yeah, I mean, we know it's good because it works, but I don't know if I want to put a ancient old thermostat back in a fresh engine.
Yeah, but do you want to put a new one in?
Yeah, do I want to put a new one in? Well, that and this is a 195 thermostat.
Oh, is it?
You may want to put a 180 in it. Although it'll be more efficient with the 195 in it.
Oh, well, we have plenty of cooling, so if we need it, it'll open up.
Yeah, it'll run. This car will run at 195 degrees because you got a radiator that's big enough that it'll never run above thermostat temperature. And you got an engine-driven fan, you know it's going to pull air through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good setup. The
So,
problem is when people expect old, worn-out stuff to work with new.
okay, let's see here. People also don't understand what presidential power do involved. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think. I don't know. I guess people don't. A Packer test is here we go with Dean. A Packer test is a permeability test used when you drill a well, then almost frack it with high pressure water. Oh, almost. Okay. Seattle banned a kid with a Charger. He liked driving after midnight. There's a place, it's an island where they banned any motorized car or bike. Yeah, where is that? I just saw that. Yeah, all it says because of street takeovers. All this talk about gas and burping reminds me of Rich 220. Yeah, Rich. See, I was in there one time in his show, and he was, I think, working in a Tri-5 Chevy, and he's trying to get it started. I almost felt bad for the guy because I could see what the problem likely was, and he didn't know how to troubleshoot it, and he was really struggling with it. And I don't know. I just didn't. I just haven't been back to his channel. That's a done thing from way back. Yeah, it could be. California, I believe. What's in California? Yeah, what was the deal with the Chargers there? Olive, did they allow those to come back? See, that's like this silly local politics. Ban one make a car from the city. Jeez. Come on. So people don't think. There's some island off the coast of LA that only uses golf carts, I think. Oh, Catalina Island? They have they used to have cars at Catalina Island. Yeah, because the airport's up on the top of the hill, and I know you drive up and down. But that may be just taxis or buses or vans or something. But you can fly out. You could fly out to Catalina Island and land on a runway there, but it's away from the town, which is, I can't think of the name of the town now. There's a lot of galvanized steel in that car. Atlanta, actually, Mike. Never tried to use galvanized on a car. Oh, this is, what's his name? Rich 220 put galvanized steel on that car.
Why was he galvanizing?
No one around here stickers up cars, cop bait.
Fixes up cars?
Trucks are a different story. They raise the front up on trucks. That's something I don't like at all.
Oh, they outlawed that. What was it, a Carolina squat?
Hey, Mike, we don't need that.
What is it? The natives are getting less. It seems.
Yeah. Well, somebody named Olive is Olive. galvanized steel like sheet metal used on HVAC.
What, for body work?
Yeah, I think he's talking about something that Rich 220 did. I don't know. I guess we all have our thing. I'm gonna.
I used a bunch of sheet metal in my van.
We're gonna build a. Sometimes you got some old piece of junk. Use whatever you can use to make it pass inspection. We're gonna use aircraft aluminum and build a body for a car here. That was the plan when this project started. But this is really short term. You know, replacing an engine and fixing some rust. But this is short term. This is going out the door pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean the frame repair is done. Now
Yeah,
I just put the suspension back together and put the engine back in the
Yeah,
car.
she's got to put the lower control arms out because it had bad bushing. The bushing's in the control arm. That has to be reinstalled. Torsion bar has to be put in. Those are short term, really short term things. And then drop an engine in and put the transmission in.
Weeks, we should be there with no problem.
I mean, you know, this is.
I'd like to be there sooner, but the reality is
this isn't a big custom project. It's just we had.
Yeah, this isn't a restoration.
What happened was, I lost my car in a really bad crash. So we're short a car. Well, the Dart was a running car, but man, it was like dumping out 2 quarts of oil every time you drove it.
Anyway.
So we had to fix it. So I'm going to pull the engine out and put a rear main seal in it. Well, it turns out to be not a rear main seal. It's a pan gasket. Well, that's even easier, except...
But I had already bought this other motor, and
So-
it's like, well, let's see which is
Right.
better. And
So-
now we're taking the top end of one motor and the bottom end of another motor, and we're going to make the best motor we can make.
So it turns into a little bigger project, but it's not that big a project. We're still just putting an engine in a car, you know. It's not like we're gonna put a 360 in with a turbocharger or something. We're replacing a slant 6 with a slant 6. You know, not a.
In a running car, in a car that we already know the fuel system's good, the electronics are good, the steering is good, the brakes are good, you know, so it's a lot, but it's also...
Mike Murphy says, I blocked them. I apologize for saying that. Blocked them. Whatever. Yeah, okay. Let's just be more civil in here. But thank you. Thank you for coming back and saying that. He used it on the doors. He used it on the doors and the battery tray.
I don't know, that's a pretty nice car. I feel badly that he feels like that's what he has to
I don't remember what it was. What was it? It was some kind of Tri-5 Chevy, and he was trying to get it running.
It was, yeah.
And I don't really remember what it was. It's been months since I saw that. It's there's so many good channels that I like to watch. It's just I ended up not going back there. I don't know why. All wants to know what you made your sanding block out of.
2x4s and a piece of sanding strip.
Oh, I thought it was a 4x4. It's a couple of 2x4s and a strip of sandpaper.
And I ripped them on table saw so that they would be pretty. You could see though they're not perfectly smooth.
So I see
it's
now.
Enough to do a face. I'm not taking a lot of material off.
So you understand what she did. 2x4s stuck together and then ripped them on a table saw so they're fairly flat.
Pretty sure.
And
they're a lot more square than if I was like going at it with like an orbital sander or something like that. This, you know.
Fast Tank says you should get a parallel and use one-sided sandpaper on it. You know what she did do one time, Fast Tank? This is before I met her. Just before I met her. She's gonna race her monkey bike at No Name Nationals, which is what size engine? What size engine is it?
It's a 100cc,
Okay,
79cc, little bitty thing.
100cc engine, I think, is a limit. And so she's trying to get more power out of it. You can't change engines. You can't put multiple engines. It's just like a fun thing they do at No Name Nationals.
It's a challenge.
Monkey bikes are used to go around in the pits, you know. See, they give a class. You go out and race your monkey bikes. But there's a lot you can't do. So she took the head off And she took the valves out of the head, and then she made a thing that was 90 degrees with wood, and she took drywall screws and screwed the head to the wood. It says 90 degrees.
I made a mounting block.
It says 90-degree mounting block. And she took a table saw and
those screws went right through the valve guides and held it on there nice and square.
She lopped 100 thousandths off the head with a table saw.
No, with a chop saw.
With a chop saw, with a like a table saw blade in it, not an abrasive saw, but
it had carbide tips.
It had carbide tips on it. So she lops 100 thousandths off the cylinder head, and I think that's never going to work. Just before I knew her.
It still runs. And it's been 2 years.
Wait a minute. Let me finish the story. So that's what I'm thinking. So she puts it all together, and first pull, boom, starts right up. She starts riding it around.
The magic of video editing.
You know what? It got raced at No Name Nationals with that head on it. And
I won a burnout contest.
she won the burnout contest with a monkey bike with that engine. So, you know, when she starts cutting stuff on a table saw, I just say, yeah, okay.
Wait and see what happens. This is pretty hideous, but I think it'll seal. What do you think?
Oh, you're knocking stuff down. Okay, let's get the camera. I can stretch it a little bit, but we're going to run out of cable. Okay, so where are...
Looks better on camera.
You know, you could take a straight edge and put it on there and just see what size, see if you can slip any feeler gauge under it. I bet that's pretty darn good. I mean, it was good before.
It'll work.
It was running. See, mostly you're cleaning the gasket surface off.
Yeah, I want it to be able to...
Mostly you're cleaning off a gasket surface.
Have some goodness. Goodness gracious.
Uh-oh, I put that camera in the wrong spot.
Now I take the chain off. I can start taking... I guess I'm going to take the valves out and do a mild
So,
port.
anybody that hasn't been here before and sees what I'm looking at that monitor right there, which is where I see all the monitor. That's me. And then this is the chat, which is I think that's a 40-inch monitor tipped on its side.
I think it's only like a 32.
That's a 32. In the studio in the house, we have a 55-inch monitor on its side for doing the chat, and it's really nice because you see a lot of flashlight behind the straight. Yeah, that's what you do. He's right. Rich GT350R. Says stick a straight edge on it and a
flashlight.
Yeah, flashlight. Yeah, you know.
I mean, this is the head that came off the running engine, and it's got good valve guides, and it doesn't have any. They're pretty good, and doesn't have any burned valves. So we're gonna run it regardless. I don't even care.
Are you want to mark some of this stuff as it comes apart, or this is probably the wrong kind of?
I got a box. I'm gonna slide them in there.
Perfect. Look at this. She's way ahead of me. She's already got a box with all the holes poked for the valves and everything.
Look at my hands.
How are you streaming it off computer or your phone? It's a computer. It's a desktop computer with a camera. Actually, 2 cameras and switchable. But I think she's got the other camera off.
I got the other camera. Click on the other thing so you can show that you're on the side and there's a...
Oh, go to scene 3.
Yeah,
okay,
we have it set up so when the other camera's on, we can do
the
that.
other camera would be there. Like when she was working under the car 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago, whatever it was, you could see her there working and I was sitting here. And then we come back to here.
But my hands are so dirty tonight.
And then I don't know, Kim's the computer genius. I don't think she's a genius. I think she just knew how to set this up. But she was somebody that wanted a studio, so she set up a really good studio in the house that has, oh man, too many monitors.
It's working out really good.
It works really well. If she's not there, I can't get it up and running. This one I can barely because she's talked me through it. Yeah, we need to
That computer's 10 or 12 years old.
You know what I
It's
want to
not
do?
anything.
I'm going to tell this in front of everybody,
Go ahead.
but it's for you. When I buy my cheaper car that I buy, I want to take a little of that money, and you're going to find a computer that's way better than this one, and we're going to replace this.
Oh, okay.
I want to do that.
That sounds good.
Okay, because this computer's a piece of shit, and we got a fan
It's
on
hanging on. It's barely
it.
hanging on.
We got a big ass fan blowing air through it because it overheats.
It's a rusty old boat hitch, and it's barely hanging on.
The thing with it, let's see here. Flashlight, gas straight, metal straight edges are front. How are you streaming it off computer? Okay, no, it's off a computer. And then in the house, we have fiber in the house, or to the house, and then we have a link up here to the shop that Kim put in. So we have another router in the shop that we can stream off this router that's linked to the fiber that comes to the house. So that's a pretty good connection. And then, and you say you could use your laptop. I wanted Kim to use a laptop on this because I can't use a laptop on that because of some of the...
We ran out of USB accessories.
Yeah, and you start running one of those external USB things, and they just don't work fast enough.
But
they're not good
we were
enough.
doing the single cam. See, we got all fancy with multiple monitors and multiple cameras. But if you're going to just do a microphone and a camera and look at your laptop, you probably can do it. And the way we do it, a lot of people use, what is that, StreamYard?
StreamYard.
But I learned years ago a software called OBS, Open Broadcast Studio. And it's a little more complicated, but it gives me a lot of power. And if you really wanted to get fancy with it, you'd learn OBS. Because OBS lets you have multiple cameras, multiple scenes. You can do, and there's a couple of softwares that are actually, the back end is OBS, but then they have nice little overlays. But OBS is free, and it is powerful. It's really good stuff. But obviously, new stuff is complicated and takes time to learn. But it doesn't, you don't need a honking big, like this is an antique computer and it runs OBS. You need a good connection though. We have a fiber connection at the house, and I bought like a FM ranged transmitter that bounces from the house up to the shop so that we have good internet. And we sometimes have problems, but not too much. What did we say?
You know, he's got the same thing I've got, except mine was, I think, from 2015. My laptop's is 9 years old now, but it's the same thing. Updated to a solid state drive, put more memory in it.
Mustang, that's probably enough, but you'll need a webcam, a microphone.
Well, it depends on I don't know what software you run, what operating system you're running. You know.
Oh yeah, which version of Windows are you on? Because that kind of tells me too. If you're at least at 10, you'll be fine.
So, okay, 8 is garbage. Anything that says 8 on it, I'm
Anything
sorry.
Anything that's got 8 is too old.
And then I run Windows 7 myself.
Yeah.
But I am going to have to do something about it because I really like that operating system.
Outdated.
But it's the point where some things aren't running. So it's like, okay, I'm going to have to get rid of it. Now at work, I used Windows 10 at work, the last job I had. So I used it a lot. And Kim's got 11 on everything.
No, this one runs 10.
This is 10?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have 10 and 11 on everything except my favorite laptop that I use, but you know, it's getting there. So
What you got?
So the original hard drive started to fail. Yeah, that's what happened to mine, and I bought a solid state hard drive.
Yeah, I didn't help.
And I bought a thing, or maybe you bought it, or maybe you had it. It's a thing where you can just clone a hard drive. So we cloned my hard drive and put it in there, and it was seamless. It just fired right up and was perfect with a solid state. It was pretty nice. So my Windows...
I couldn't believe it. It's been a whole year and it's still going.
My Windows 7, that's what I have, is Windows 7 Pro. Although I prefer Windows 7 Home Premium. But I think it's called Home Premium. But that's not what I'm running. I'm running Pro. Pro actually has more in it than what I need. You know, what do I do? You know, go shopping, watch YouTube,
Depending on your
check my
level
bank account, you know, that kind of thing. You know, I'm not running my computer real hard. So that's probably why I'm getting away with it. But I'm having problems with things like what is it? Adobe updates are, you know, it shouldn't be on 7, you know, and so I'll probably, and then, you know, 12's coming up. 12's supposed to be a major change. So it's like,
Really?
well, when 12, maybe I should get 11 before a major change comes up, because that's when there's problems. So, yeah, I should probably
We should
do
look
something.
into getting you an up-to-date computer.
Yeah,
Although I gave you that one that's in the studio, but you don't like to move it around.
The one in the studio is okay, but I like it in the studio, and then I got to move it around, and it already has a bad spot in the screen, so it's annoying. It's annoying.
That's
It's
why
failing.
I replaced it, because the screen went bad.
Okay, let's see. Windows 11. He's wondering Windows 11. Yeah, that's good. Yep, a few years ago, bought my girlfriend an up-to-date, expensive computer too. She raved on about it to everyone for ages. Yeah, if you buy something that's not just the lowest price thing. Get some, you know, the reason why my Windows 7 computer still works, because at the time it was the most expensive Windows 7 computer I could get, which means, you know, it had the best processor, highest speed, everything. And that's why 9 years later it's still running, but it's...
I can't believe it's still running 9 years later.
It's just...
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. So I had a pirated version of 7 when I sim raced before the computer motherboards died. This old MSI board. See, I don't know much about that. Solid state drives are a world of difference. Yep. My laptop went from taking like 2 minutes to boot to like 15 seconds. Yeah, and with Windows 11 it will be like that. With Windows 7 it made a difference, but Windows 7 is still a slow boot compared to the newer Windows.
Yeah, that's funny.
If that. Okay. Tommy Hanley, I finally told her the reason I spent all that money was I just couldn't listen to her complaining every time she used the old computer and would pay anything. Not that much to her anymore. My former wife. I'm not supposed to talk about. I mean, you know, what are you going to do? Look for Mrs. Del Campo and somewhere in the world? So she had Windows systems up through Windows 8.
Oh, yeah.
And Windows 8 was such a piece of crap, and then we got the 8.1 or 8.1, whatever they called it. And you know what she did? She went out and bought a Mac, and she's been Mac ever since.
We're going back.
Because 8, it's just like me. 8. Luckily, I didn't get 8 because that would have done me in. My son got 8, and he was a computer geek at school. He was in college. So he got through it somehow, but I'm sure he's 32 years old? 31 years old? 32 years old. I don't know, what is he? He's 32 years old, and he writes code for a living. I mean, I can't even imagine what computer he has. It's probably the latest, greatest thing that none of us even know about.
Yeah, he knows how to buy a computer.
7, let's see here. It's like a brand new computer, yeah. 7 Pro was the last one with a DOS emulator.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, I have a computer that's, you're going to laugh, because I still like my DOS 2D CAD program. So I have a computer that has Windows 3.1 on it. Only reason I have that is so I run a straight DOS CAD program on it, and the only reason I have Windows 3.1 on there is so I just have a list I can keep track of the drawings. But yeah, I still like that old program because I'm so fast with it. It's 2D, and it's like once you learn to walk, you can always walk. I can do I can do CAD 2D so fast. I don't even have to think; it just happens. Now I switched to Ubuntu. I have a Ubuntu on one laptop, and I thought I'd really like it. But the thing about Linux is you have to be a little bit of a hobbyist, or that's my opinion.
A little bit.
And I'm not. I'm a car hobbyist, and I was an airplane hobbyist, and I don't want to be a computer hobbyist. I kind of was at one time.
Yeah, me too.
But it's become more like,
Sort of over it.
it's kind of like when I want to use the washing machine. I don't want to go in there and be a hobbyist with it. I want to wash the clothes.
Although that washing machine
So-
is not
oh,
a
wait-
good
wait a minute.
example because it's a piece of garbage.
But wait a minute. That's kind of how I'm with my computer now. When I turn the computer on, there's something I want to do, and it's not work with the computer. So my Ubuntu machine sits there. And I kind of
I
wish,
can't remember seeing you use it for anything.
yeah, it's sitting there.
I'm sure I can get you a
I trust
CAD
my
emulation
I
program.
trust my Linux Whiz housemate with the computers.
Yeah, it sure helps.
I just run the wires.
You've
Yeah,
got a housemate who's a hobbyist and
See-
does make sure it all works. My brother
I'm-
used to do that for me.
I'm kind of particular about my computers that are on my desk, and Kim doesn't touch them. Maybe because they're old and she'd be frustrated
I
with
got
them.
my own
But
computers.
the computers that we use, like for both of us, like for streaming and all the YouTube stuff, she handles it
I
because
try and teach you how it works. So that
she's
you-
ahead of me, and I just I don't
Well,
know.
I set them up and then you just learn the parts that you need of them.
So much of my life, I was managing an aircraft business, and I had to be on top of everything. And when I was out in the desert at the test site, I wasn't managing the thing, but I had to be on top of everything. I had to know everything about all the systems. And I'm worn out from that. And when Kim comes along and she just knows what's going on with the computers, I just let her do it. It's like, okay. I don't have to know every detail. And I never thought I'd be like that, but I kind of am now. Build one if you're competent enough. I've done that. I used to build my own desktop computers, but I did that like twice, you know. It's like, okay, I can do it. But
I always tear into them and do something.
I'm
because
just-
I always get used off-lease office computers. With
Well,
pretty
that's-
good computers.
that's what I want to find for this, Kim.
Yeah.
Is an off lease. Yeah,
Under
right.
$200.
Perfect. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. I want you to pick it out. I'll give you the money to do it.
I already,
We'll
I already
replace.
got one
and
on
we'll
in my shopping cart.
We'll replace this one, and I should have some money in a few days, I hope. And then we've got to get your surgery done. We've got to get the computer replaced. We've got to get me a car. We got a lot to do.
We stay busy.
We stay busy.
It is
Okay, let's see.
30 hours.
I'm actually up this late staining a little shelf to put some modem boxes on. I like building them, then throwing an operating system on it and go. Programming doesn't sound fun.
I used
You
to
know,
do
I don't-
programming. I love
I don't know how my son can sit there 8 hours a day at a job writing code. I'm like, I couldn't do that. If I knew what I was doing, I could do it for an hour maybe, and I'd want to run out of the room. Man, I played my first PC racing game on one, Indy 500. Basically, I'm up till 4:30. Oh, it's 3:30 here. Trying to make a little piece of wood and never be noticed. I had a Tandy one time. You know what my first computer was? It was a Timex Sinclair. You remember those things? And then I don't know what I had. VIC 20, Commodore 64. And that was back, my Commodore 64 was still where it was basic, I guess, and you wrote the program, and then when you turned it off, it went piff, and it all went away. And I didn't have eventually, I had a tape drive. I could save the programs, but, you know, that was real hobbyist stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you really couldn't do anything with that computer, you know. Yeah, I was just a kid, probably like 8 or so. Yeah, when I was doing that, I was in my 20s. That was 1979, 1978. So I was, 24 years old. 10 megabyte hard drive, whopping would be 300 baud modem. And I remember I got my first modem. It was it could have been 300 baud. Something like that.
Oh my God! Yeah, I remember.
Something like that. I was running auto sketch, refresh to 20. Oh man, I remember using a design CAD on a Windows 3.1 machine that was geez, what was that thing?
386.
I'm trying to, it was a 286.
286.
It was a 286, 10 megahertz maybe. Yeah, and it'd take like, you had to refresh the screen. It would just, you'd watch the whole drawing,
I remember those.
repainting the screen, and now I go like this. It's just like refresh. It's like it's done, you know, because I'm using a fairly new computer with Windows 3.1 on it and DOS, and I'm running a straight DOS CAD program. So it's like, oh, and you know, there's no like tools you grab. It's just I know all the keystrokes, so it's like it's just extremely fast.
She's gonna make a little noise.
She's gonna make a lot of noise.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm 36, almost 37. Grinding. Sorry, I can't talk over the grinder. You finished?
I'm not gonna do any more. It's too loud.
Okay, yeah, it's very loud. Okay, let's see. I gotta go back. Auto sketch. Fasting says I'm 36, almost 37. Man, I remember when I was that age, I thought 40 was old. Man, I'm gonna be 40 and I'm gonna be old. Well, now I've been 40, I've been 50, I've been 60, and I've been 70. I'll tell you.
For like 9 years. It's fucked up.
60 was better than 70. 50 was even better, and 40 was even better. So you still got a lot of good years. That computer was expensive. I had a Timex Sinclair after they were obsolete. I couldn't do anything but write a game in BASIC where the object of the game was to crash the machine before running out of space on the screen.
Oh, man.
Rich GT350 says the Tandy was an 8086 update chip was 8088, about another $100. Hey, I had a friend that had an 8086 and he updated to 8080. I remember that. stuff. But I didn't have one that, you know what I was doing then was I was building my first airplane, and I didn't care anything about computers. I was into welding and learning aluminum and fabric. I covered part of the airplane with fabric. I learned all those skills then, and by the time I got finished with all that, that's when I got the 286. I don't remember what it was. 286 was there at 10 megahertz? And then my next one was at 386.33. And then I got a 486.66, and that just seemed like the fastest thing in the world. Yeah, I'm 70. Your dad is 72. Yeah, my kids are about your age. I have one that's 32, and the other one's 40. What is he, 40? He's 42. They're almost 11 years apart. I know, they're 10 years. Maybe well, at some point they're 9 years apart. At some point they're 10 years apart because of where their birthdays are. Let's see. So the one that's now 42, he dug a computer out of a dumpster when he was a kid and got it working. He got a motherboard from some friend or something. He got the thing running. And that's when, I don't remember, IRC, Internet Relay Chat. So we were always on that stuff, and I was out working somewhere, and we'd be chatting. And so then his birthday was coming up, and I bought him a motherboard and a processor. And it's when the Pentiums first came out, and I bought him a Pentium 133 and sent it to him. And I was chatting with him on IRC when he got it, and he goes, "Just a minute." He opened it, and he goes, "I'm so happy, just a minute." And he installed it, reloaded his software, got it going, and he was back on chat like within 30 minutes. And he was so happy because he had a decent, at the time, really up-to-date motherboard. And that was pretty cool. But he's Army, he's an Army guy now. He's been in, I don't know, 23 years or something now. 23. And he's coming up on 24 years in the Army. The fun programming was Fortran. I don't know anything about it. I know the name, but I don't know anything about it. Let's see here. Well, first real one, I had a glorified typewriter word processor. Do you remember those word processors? They had a daisy wheel. That daisy wheel would fly around, and if you were fast, you'd like get way ahead of it, and then it'd go and type the whole line and remember a whole line, and you could read. What was really cool is you could go back, and there was an erase tape in there, and it would pull the ink back off the paper, and you could back up and it knew which letter it was. I had one of those, which at the time I was doing a lot of writing then, and that was a really cool typewriter. I remember an exchange with my mom. "You have a ridiculous IQ and everyone's getting into computers. Why aren't you getting into computers?" "Because I have a ridiculous IQ and everyone's getting into computers." Yeah, my brother and sister and I always scored real high on IQ tests, but my brother beat us all out.
I'm an idiot.
My brother's one of those ones that
I always thought I was smart, but now I know I'm an idiot.
They had these organizations for people with high IQs, and I thought mine was high until he came home, and it was like, "Oh, yeah, okay." And my mother used to say to me, "Well, maybe you had some bad days, but it was still, it's okay." And then, but my brother was, of course, he's got a PhD in front of his name now and everything. It's like he's a what do you call it? A scholar. He's a scholar.
What fun is that?
He's a scholar.
Convinced you're not living if you stand outside the fire. And I've created a firestorm of bullshit here for me to do for the next couple weeks on this Dodge Dart.
and you guys are just gonna have to take my word on it because the camera's pointing in the wrong direction.
You know, I have no idea, like, how she did on tests and stuff, but Kim working on stuff, she gets anything in her hands, is mechanical or electronic, and it doesn't work, and she's never seen it before, and within an hour or two, it's working, and it's like, and she's got it back together, and it's like, by then, it would have been in the trash can. I would order a new one, you know, and she'll have it working. So and she knows how to make shit out of nothing. My car, my Valiant, 72 Valiant, had a bad blower motor, and I'm like, for the heater, and I'm like, okay, I got to order a blower motor, and she's like, nah, let's take it apart. She takes it apart, and there's some board in there. I don't remember what was bad. And so she's over in the toolbox looking, and I had some of these white plastic things that you wipe
Made
up.
a spatula into
It's
a
a
blower motor.
spatula that you put drywall up with. So she takes that and she cuts a piece of it out. So now she's got a flat piece of material, and she makes this board, whatever it was, put it back in the blower motor and put it back in the car, and she turned it on, and it was woo. I got air blowing through the valve. It's like, you made that board out of a spatula? I just think, okay, that's good.
You know, like you do, as one does.
My grandpa, who's been gone since '83 or so, was a pilot in World War II, flew AT-6 trainers and BT-1 dive bombers. Wow. My father was a World War II vet as well, but he was not a pilot. He was in the Navy. He went in when he was 17, which is sort of an interesting story. His two older brothers were already in the Army. And he went to his father. He goes, he's 17. He says to his father, I quit school, and I want to go in the Navy here. I need you to sign these papers, you know, because he was 17, he needed his father's permission. His father goes, no. He goes, you're going to go finish school. And he says to his father, but Dad, you always told me how you lied about your age to get into the Army in World War I. His dad goes, hand me the papers. He signed them. So my dad went in when he was 17. But he got out after the war. He went in early in 44, got out after the war in 45. So he served 2 years. And he was an E5. He was an E5 when he got out. He was 19 years old, E5. Today that's unheard of, you know. So, I don't know, he served his 2 years in the Pacific as an enlisted man. Got out when he was 19. Man, I was in basic training when I was 19. I went in when I was 18, but late 18. So during basic training, I was 19. I was just amazed at that. I think he may have even flown a P-51 at one time. I don't really know much. Daisy wheel printers were institutional machines, but were awesome. I'm not sure what that means. What's
I
it?
had them in school because they were institutional, like big things. Usually, individuals didn't buy a whole bunch of those.
Oh, because where I
Where
worked,
did you get yours from?
where I worked, they had the IBM Selectric 3s with the ball that goes whack, 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 whack. You know, the ball that flips around all different directions.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't afford one of those.
Right, because it's
So-
an institutional machine.
So I bought a daisy wheel machine because that was affordable for me. And I was writing a lot of reports. I had a law enforcement job, you know, you write a lot. And so I used a daisy wheel machine. It was wonderful because it wasn't old-fashioned chikak with the big blades that come out like this that it jammed together.
When I was
So-
a kid, my
so-
mom had one of those regular ones with the big arms.
That's what I had. And when I
That's how
bought
I learned to type. You
and
had
when I
to
got
push.
that daisy wheel machine was wonderful. And I paid, I don't know, I paid like $600 for it. And I look back and it's like, that's all that did? Oh man.
$600.
That was like in 1982. What did you just unplug? Why'd you unplug the fan?
Because we're done.
That's going to shut off our computer.
Well, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna shut
Oh
off.
man, I'm having fun here. What time is it? It's almost 4.
Almost 4 in the morning.
Project Zeal aside, sometimes you want to only ticket. I'm not sure what that is. Seems like I'm missing stuff because now I'm in a hurry because you're shutting me down. Troubleshooting mindset. I don't know. IQ tests are sort of bullshit once you can see through the test. You know, it's weird. I took 3 that I knew the scores on. One was much lower than the other 2 were really close. And the only thing I could think of is that either my mother always said, you had a really bad day, which is possible, or the tests were designed differently. I always say what I like is aptitude tests, because then what I always scored high on was the mechanical stuff. Other stuff I get through them, but the mechanical stuff I always aced them, you know. And to me, that tells me this is where I belong, mechanical stuff, you know.
This is definitely for you. Absolutely.
I knew my grandpa had to be young because he was born in 1922. Yeah, my father was born in 26 and was in World War II. I'm even one of the youngest people alive who learned to type on a typewriter. Tavo! Oh, man. Kim is shutting me down here. She's shutting off the fans that cool the computer. I go, hey, that's gonna stop the computer from running. You shut off the cooling fan. And she goes, that's because we're getting out of here. And you pop in. Man, turn the fan back on. Now Tavo's here. We'll give it at least 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Well, maybe we'll move it till 4 a.m.
Couple more minutes.
Tavo, you saved me.
I was trying to shut him down.
What time is it? What time is it in South Australia? Yeah, here in the States. We've got people in from all over the world tonight, or this morning. It's not night anymore. It might be dark out. You go. No, she plugged the fan back in. You have to stay till the sun comes up. Oh man, when I first started, it's 7:22. It's evening where Tavo is. It might. Oh wait, that time of year there. It's still light out, isn't it? Or is it? It's probably just getting dark.
Scream until the cows come home.
This is what happened to me when I first got CAD. I was in an office that was a concrete block building, and my office was way back in the back corner where they built offices, and there were no windows. So I'd be in there I just couldn't stop, you know. It's like I did all my design work on big D-sized vellums with. Okay, I did all my CAD or all my design work on big D-sized vellums with T-squares and pencils and all that kind of nonsense. Well, as soon as I got CAD, man, I mean, I could section drawings and move stuff. It was like the coolest thing I ever did. And one of the first days I had it, I'm getting really tired. I thought, okay, I lived about a block from where I worked. I go back to my apartment and get some sleep. Well, I walked outside, the sun was coming up. It's like, oh no. What time is it? And I had like a half an hour before work. It's like, oh no. Oh no, I forgot to sleep. So I went to my apartment, took a shower, and came back to work. But that's what CAD did to me. I couldn't stop, you know. No, it should be spring in Australia. Yeah, we're in the same day. Amazing. Cowbell needs more. Kim went outside. She said she had to take a break. 4:52 a.m. Friday here. Yeah, we're 3:52 here. Or 3:53. Wow. Yeah, 2:53 there. Shelby dudes get up early. Yeah, I don't know what time. Dean, what time is it where you are? It's got to be. I'm so mixed up with it. I know the world's a globe, and I kind of know where everybody is. Although I've seen people say it's flat Earth, but no, it's a globe. So, still spring there. Summer officially December 1st. Oh, that's weird. Because our first day of winter is December 31st. So they changed the seasons on different days. Oh, I assumed it was the same. I'm marathoning some Danish oil stain here just while we're up. Dean Stevenson, 7:55 p.m. Oh, so you're... Oh, man. You guys down there are like, what did Tavo say, 722? Oh, something just dropped. A big old moth just dropped from the ceiling and plopped down here. Where'd it go? It got away. A moth crashed. So that's weird to be think Christmas in the summer. You know, when I was stationed in Hawaii for a while in the Air Force, yeah, Christmas. You go to the mall and they'd have these big shows, Christmas and everything, and they'd have like a Christmas show on a stage in a mall, you know, big shopping mall. And I'm there, and they got women out there, and they're in little red and fluffy white bikinis, look like Santa Claus bikinis, and Christmas trees. It's like, this looks all wrong. That's really strange. Spring here, but on summertime already. Oh man, I had a good time in Hawaii, but that was a long time ago. 1978, 79, 80. Barely into 81. Yeah, probably my last time there was late in 80. It's flat on top, round on the bottom. And has a large torque verse swinging at 25 RPM and a hollow bot at the base that creates gravity like this.
Kiwi-shaped Earth.
You know what? The flat earthers, ask them sometime what's on the bottom. What's on the bottom of the flat Earth? Can you drill through and poke a hole through it and look through the other side? Things have changed a bit since then. Oh God. Hollow part of the base. Flat earthers. I always say, you know, clearly the Earth is round. You know, it's a sphere. But you know, when I look at the sun, I can see it's flat.
Look right at it. You can see it. Stare at it a while. You'll definitely...
and there's little holes, sunspots. You can see through the other side where it's dark. Okay, so it's just about 4 a.m. here. So you're probably right. We got to shut it down.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Oh, you know what?
What?
I got to go put up a short before it's time.
Oh, jeez.
I have shorts to put up, so I don't know. I'll put up a short, and it'll come up at 6 a.m. Central Time, U.S. It's a spirit buff. The American Indians were right. It's a spirit buff. Here's someone who's going to fly to the sun to prove it. If you go to the sun, you know, you got to go at night so you don't burn out.
That makes sense. Got to get in and out quick because you only have about 12 hours worth of, and it's a long distance.
So the flat earthers, why does the sun set and then come up? Does it go around the underside of the flat earth? Or does it go out and then a new one lights up over here? Kim, I think you're going to have to shut us down here. I'm going to have to collect my stuff and get out of this silliness. You sure got a lot done today. The radios are in here.
I worked on little things.
You never use the radios. Got my drink. I should finish it so it doesn't. The sun is nuclear powered. Really? It's just a big fire. Chain drive. No, Dean, it's powered by hopes and dreams. I'm just trying to make a small shelf look like... You're still working on the shelf. You're trying to make it look like it's been there since '68.
Be sure to sprinkle some dust on it when you're done. That makes it look
You're
older.
trying to what do they call that? Oh, patina. That's what you need. Buy a can of patina.
Send us a picture of the new shelf.
Yeah. You never send. Oh, you do send pictures because I even used your S10 as a thumbnail one night. But yeah, send us a picture, and then on Tuesday nights we'll get it. Sorry for keeping you up. the whole 10 minutes that he kept you up.
You know what? The thing of it is, I feel bad. Like, I'm bouncing from one thing to the other because, like, everything I have to do tonight is noisy. I need to get the noisy stuff out of the way so when we're here streaming, I have stuff to work on that's not noisy. The only problem is it's all noisy. A lot of clean and prep work. It's
Flat
noisy.
Earthers simply want to turn intellect toward anti-reason. There's a guy that I watch called Not a Rubicon, and he's another radio kind of guy. But he's starting to do interviews, and he did like an hour-long interview with some guy that's a flat earther, and he did it kind of messing with him. And the guy had a model of the flat Earth with a dome over it that kept the atmosphere in. And the guy's showing this model. It's like, this is and the guy was convinced he was right. Oh my God. It's investing. If I don't do this right, there won't be much to see. You need patina.
Trying to make it blend in. I'm curious to see, because I grew up in that everything in the house that I grew up in was probably vintage of late 60s, early 70s.
Man, that stuff was brand new when I was young.
So I'm curious to see what you're emulating. That stuff's coming back. It's coming back. Make it.
People make fun of the 80s.
Yeah.
And I think, man, the 80s, that was like most of my, or big part of my life, that was way out in the future. The 80s. And I remember in 1980, it was New Year's Day, and I'm like, man, it's 1980. It's like crazy, way out in the future. Now it's like, some people laugh at because it's old and stupid. I don't know. I'm going to buy a 1980s car. You watch. Fox body.
Really?
I kind of want a Fox body. Did it have a shroud? This shroud, is that the dome that holds the atmosphere? Yeah. Go watch him. Go find Not a Rubicon and find his channel, and it's like a video he did like several days ago. He did an interview with a flat earther. And if you want to watch some nonsense, it goes on for about an hour. You could put it on like faster speed so it goes faster. But he messes with the guy. He's poking at him. The guy doesn't know it. He's serious. It is hilarious. Okay. Not a Rubicon. He's a guy there's people that don't like him because they think he's serious, but he's not serious. His whole shtick is he's a joke, and he's funny as hell. Anyway, time to go.
Yeah. Tavo, an air fryer is a good choice. It's like a hair dryer attached to a. That air fryers are good, very good. We have a toaster oven. We don't have an air fryer, but we have a toaster oven, and I think they're of similar quality of importance to have around the house. What's wrong?
I want you to walk past me and start shutting stuff down. Or are you going to keep... Now you're too...
Flats are coming back. Tell Dust Devil Garage he's doing it wrong.
But it doesn't say flats. He means flares.
Flares?
See, he says down lower, he says spelling flares.
Flares. Oh. Flare what?
When he said flats are coming back, I didn't know if he meant haircuts or flathead Fords. And then he says flares.
We knew less, but there was less dumb. Yeah, there is a maximized amount of dumb all the time around. Best thing, an air fryer is nice to give you crispy food. A microwave just can't produce crispy food. Air fryer does the job with a light duty.
Every once in a while, in this No Name Nationals crowd, there's a young person that comes in that builds a car and does it himself. There's a couple of herselves too, Oh, yeah, there are that are kind of helping with them. And that's really refreshing to see that. And I'm glad that there's some people who are smart enough to do that. Because most of the young people I know don't even know which way to turn a wrench. Or what the car's just a mystery. They want an automatic driving car. They can sit in the back seat and go to school. And the car drives them there.
Or they won't go anywhere, and they'll just live in their own little virtual worlds, which is a little bit like a prison, but they don't even know.
All right. I will sign off. Okay, let's get out of here.
Thanks, everybody. We'll be back. Will we be back tomorrow night? Probably.
What's tomorrow?
We're going to sleep all day. We might as well scream again tomorrow.
Tomorrow is today.
Today. All right. I have no idea what we're doing. We'll put up a thing.
We'll be back. We'll be here for sure on Tuesday night. But on, I'm sure we'll be back before then.
All right.